Welcome into the Bulldog Basketball Blast here on E+ TV6. I'm Logan Whaley, and today we have a huge Gulf South Conference doubleheader to bring you as the Union Bulldogs and Lady Bulldogs will host the Tigers from West Alabama. I'm joined by the head coach of the Union Lady Bulldogs, Coach Mark Campbell. And Coach, first off, a huge third quarter led your team to victory over Montevallo just a couple days ago. What led to that huge explosion in the third quarter?
Well, we always shut the ball really well, and anytime we can get Tiffany or Emily shooting well from three, it kind of opens things up for everybody else.
And Emily Beard had 5 threes in that third quarter, and seems like she really loves playing on Valentine's Day. Set a career high of 21 points just a year ago against this West Alabama team. What can you expect to see out of Emily Beard here tonight?
Well, I have no idea. I think that this time of year you narrow your focus down a little bit. Kids kind of get a little bit more focused on game plan and take it a little bit more serious, understand a little bit more what we're trying to get done. And we've already seen every opponent at this point in time. So it's a chance to really build upon what happened in the last game.
And another player that played extremely well her last game was Morgan Martin, 26 points, really just dominated down low. What has been the key to her recent success?
Well, I think she's only been with us for not even a year, and so I think she's a real smart young lady. And so as she's starting to understand things a little bit better and develop new habits, those new habits will kind of give her freedom. Just like with anything else, when you become disciplined and really good fundamentals, it allows you to have freedom as a player.
Now, shifting gears to talking about tonight's matchup, face a West Alabama team that returns a lot from last season. What is the scouting report on this West Alabama team?
Well, they're going to be a little different than when we played them last time with Hammett back. And so Hammett was freshman of the year in our league last year, and she's a really good player. She wasn't playing with them earlier. She was hurt. So he's lost several people to injury, which has affected them a lot this year. But we've just got to make pace a factor, conditioning a factor, continue to go inside at them. And to be able to, they're going to play zone a bunch. We did a really good job in the press last time we played them, and we haven't been doing a good job in the press. So we've got to get better at that.
And coming off of a big win at Christian Brothers just a couple nights ago, they were outscored 26-7 in the first quarter, but still somehow found a way to come back to win. This is a team that currently sits at 8th in the Gulf South Conference with a lot to play for. What do you tell your team to perhaps prepare them with what should be really one of the best games that West Alabama has played all year?
Well, they're going to be, again, when you come back from that amount of points, you're going to have some adrenaline and some confidence flowing, and you can expect that Rusty's team's always going to play hard. And so they're one of the most athletic teams in our league, and we've got to really pay attention to personnel and what each person does on the floor and be able to take those things away and allow them to do some things maybe they normally don't do and see if they can step out of their normal role.
And so for tonight's game, we mentioned the front court, we mentioned Emily Beard. What are the overall keys to win tonight's game?
Execution, us being a better on the defensive end, allowing one shot is going to be huge because they have some great offensive rebounders.
All right, Coach, best of luck to you tonight. Thank you. All right, Union will host West Alabama. West Alabama, as already mentioned, 8th in the Gulf South Conference, a lot to play for. Union sitting at the top spot in the Gulf South Conference, 24-1 and 16-1 in GSC play. They've won 12 in a row, looking to make it 13 here tonight. Coming up next, Alex and I will have a breakdown at the desk, but first, here's a special look at Union University.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow, both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles, portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers, the fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
You wouldn't do that. So Why do you do this? Distracted driving kills an average of 9 people and injures over 1,000 every day in America. Put down your phone. Lives depend on it. Don't drive intoxicated. Don't drive intoxicated. A sobering message from AAA.
Typically when you think about doing missions, your first thought is something like going to the 1040 window or going to the Pacific Rim. But oftentimes we don't consider that there are places in the United States that are in great need of evangelism and church planting. Utah is one of those places.
Timothy and Haley O'Day are recent graduates of Union University's School of Theology and Missions. Their calling is to serve as church planters in the Salt Lake City area of Utah.
You can walk down the street and be guaranteed that if you strike up a conversation with anybody, they don't know what the gospel is.
You can drive around and it looks like there are church buildings everywhere. And so it looks like it's a really churched area, but all of those buildings that look like churches are actually Mormon churches or Mormon meeting houses. Our hearts started being really moved towards the fact that there are people in our own country who speak our own language that don't know the true gospel of Jesus Christ, maybe have never even heard it.
We couldn't help but ask ourselves the question, why not go to Utah?
Union University prepares students to minister and serve in locations around the world.
One of the exciting things that I get to do and others here at Union is to help prepare people like Timothy and Haley for such a task. We don't want to just get them through a class, but help them to find out how God is calling them, how God has gifted them to use them in His kingdom.
Our vision is to start a gospel movement in Utah. Not just to plant a single church, but to begin a movement where a church planted would then plant several more churches. And we could see leadership rise up from within Utah to where it's not people coming in to share the gospel anymore, but there are leaders equipped who are indigenous to the area.
The Dallas Cowboys, the most profitable sports franchise in the world, 5 Super Bowl championships, and so it's pretty special to be a part of.
Mark Brown is a 2013 graduate of Union University's Sport Management program. He's the event manager at The Star, the Dallas Cowboys' new $1.5 billion headquarters and training facility.
Myself and our operations team handle all the events that take place in Ford Center or on campus at The Star.
Detail is a big thing for us. One of the things with Mark, he really looks out for the way every guest is going to experience something, every client's going to experience something.
Mark credits his education at Union for much of his success in sport management.
I think one of the advantages to getting an education at Union has to do with the relationships that you build. We do encourage our students to get involved as much as they can in anything that gives them hands-on experience.
The way that my professors really challenge me and all of my classmates as a group to think for ourselves and really figuring out for ourselves what it means to be a Christian in a professional setting.
When I was a junior in high school, I took my first physics class and I just fell in love with the subject, and I just kind of had this moment where I thought engineering, it's a great combination of using physics and math to solve real-world problems.
Chelsea Johnson is a 2016 graduate of Union University's engineering program. She is currently earning a master's degree in aerospace engineering at Georgia Tech. As a Union student, she helped design a solar water heater for Orphanage Emmanuel in Honduras.
I was passionate about working on something that we could actually implement to help this orphanage and cut down on their power costs. We designed it, we built it, we tested it, and then at the end, during spring break, helped install that and build that from scratch.
A number of our students really come here wanting to serve people through engineering. It is a wonderful opportunity to get to work with students. It is a high calling and a humbling calling.
While earning her degree from Union, Chelsea realized her calling.
So I started thinking, since my engineering professors, they had such a huge impact on me, maybe I could also go on and become a professor and then teach others how to do engineering and have that similar relationship, student and professor. I really truly felt like the Lord kind of called me to that, to teaching, to mentoring, and I'm working towards a PhD so that I can teach at a university level.
In the process of choosing a college, I was immediately impressed with the rigorous academic reputation along with the integration of Christian faith.
Trey Tharp is a Union University senior from Paris, Tennessee. Though undecided about a major as a freshman, conversations with professors soon provided clarity.
One of the distinctive aspects of life at Union is how our faith informs every aspect of our lives. And I remember the first conversation I had with Trey, and I realized I was talking with a young man whose heart was bent towards serving the Lord.
Micah 6:8 talks about doing justice, loving kindness, and walking humbly with God. And so I discovered social work would be the primary means for me to do that and to put hands and feet to the gospel and the implications of the gospel.
It has seemed like a good fit for him, and I just see how God's going to use him in whatever particular job he might have.
Life at Union extends beyond the classroom with a vibrant campus community that enhances the overall educational experience.
On-campus involvement has been a large part of my experience here at Union and has allowed me to experience the close-knit community through on-campus ministries, going on go trips, through residence life and life groups. I am extremely glad I chose to come here. I've been able to build lifelong relationships, and I have a place that has shaped my soul and my mind.
As you consider Union University, and whether God is calling you to Union as a place to pursue your higher education goals, I hope that you can see from these stories that Union has a transformative effect on our students. No matter what God is calling you to do, Union is a place that can prepare you well to faithfully and courageously live your life for the kingdom of God. I invite you to join us at Union University.
Steve Beverly's TV classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV classics if bites upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's classics is right for you.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Hello everybody, got something I want to tell you. You know, all my good friends at the Tennessee Wildlife Federation have been busier than a raccoon on a creek bank, making sure your wildlife will be around for generations to come. So how about setting a hook into the future of conservation by making a gift to support the Tennessee Wildlife Federation today? There's no place else like Tennessee, and together we can keep it that way.
Gig, 1,000 megabit speed, now available to any E+ broadband internet customer. This gig enhanced infrastructure has the capacity to increase speeds in the future. E+ broadband, what many interpreted as JA's entrance into cable television, was actually the foundation of an unparalleled communications infrastructure. Looking out for Jackson's economic and lifestyle future is all a part of JEA today.
Well, good afternoon, West Tennessee faithful, and welcome in to our coverage of Union University basketball here on E-Plus TV6. I'm Alex Northcutt. He's Logan Whaley. Logan, can you believe the regular season's almost come to an end?
Yeah, just 3 regular season games to go. It's honestly hard to believe, and big games in Division II, big games in Division I, really big games all around college basketball here today.
Well, when you hit February, you know, it kind of gets that tournament feel, you know. High school tournaments around West Tennessee have already kicked underway. We've already got district championships going on, heading into the region tournaments. But we hit the college season, and like you said, 3 regular season games left in the Gulf South Conference, and then we hit that oh-so-ever-sweet tournament time, and it's going to be beautiful. Well, we'll start with the contest today. Union welcome in the University of West Alabama today in what should be a phenomenal contest on both sides of the basketball. Men's game, really a marquee matchup that a lot of people are going to want to check out. We'll get to that later. Let's start with the women's matchup today, Logan, and specifically let's talk about Union on Thursday had themselves a pretty good offensive game.
Yeah, absolutely. Had 47 points at halftime, and you were thinking going into the locker room, okay, 9-point lead over Montevallo. Defensively wasn't the greatest first half for the Lady Bulldogs, but the third quarter, the floodgates opened up, outscoring Montevallo 32-11 in the third quarter, and Union never really looked back once they took that lead. Montevallo, again, a team that has improved a lot from last season, and you could tell, but Union ultimately just overpowered them.
They really did, and specifically the play, not just Thursday night, but really just this past couple of games, Morgan Martin, Logan.
Yeah, I think you can pretty much pencil her in to win the Gulf South Conference Player of the Week. If she doesn't, I'm going to be very surprised. But Monday night, 28 points and 21 rebounds at Christian Brothers. Last night, 26 points, 7 rebounds. Didn't really play the full game, too. I mean, anytime you score 26 points and, you know, just looking down here in 28 minutes, I mean, pretty good efficient night there for Martin. 11 of 14 from the field as well.
Well, and she's definitely going to be one of the marquee players we're going to want to keep an eye out on. So that's going to bring us right now. We got Union, we got West Alabama. Let's take a look at your starters. First off, for the home team, the Lady Bulldogs, highlighted by Morgan Martin. Like you said, she's just been playing phenomenal ball right here. She's going to be sporting the number 22 in the post as well. Also starting at the guard position, it's going to be number 1, the senior from right here in Jackson, Tennessee, Jada Perkins, and really just a facilitator of the basketball, leading the team in assists per game, just under 7. Number 2, Jada Smith, the junior from Hoover, Alabama. She'll be starting at the other guard position. Another really a strong player that can get to the cup, can really create her own shot when she plays well. Union plays well. Starting at forward, number 3, Kennedy Childers for Union, and another player that just really plays hard, Logan, and just does a good job. Really does a lot of things behind the scenes, if you say. Just a really good hustle player, utility player as well. And then 3-point shooter, capping up our starting lineup, number 21, from right here in West Tennessee, graduate of Westview High School, Tiffany Reaches, who's really been shooting the basketball really well, and that's going to cap the starting lineups. Union, head coached by Mark Campbell in his 20th season. Union coming in ranked 6th in the entire country in Division II with only 1 loss on the record. Now we go to West Alabama. West Alabama head coach by Rusty Cram in his 5th season. Lady Tigers coming into this one 11-13, however, sitting 7th in the Gulf South Conference. Starting at the forward position is Tasia Garrett-Hammett from LaGrange, Georgia. We saw her last year as a freshman, now as an experienced sophomore, leading the team in points per game and rebounds per game. Probably one of their go-to players. Number 2, the freshman guard out of Adamsville, Alabama, Bria Dent. Also a quality, even though she's listed as a guard, also coming in at 7.3 rebounds per game, tied with Garrett Hammett, actually, for most on the team. Running through the starting lineup, the senior from DeLand, Florida, guard number 5, Elaine Field. And then the senior from Orlando, Florida, guard standing at 5'5", Morgan Sam, sporting number 12. And then down another guard, junior from Lynn Haven, Florida, Janiah Daniels. And that's going to wrap it up for West Alabama. Last time these two teams played, it was all Union in that game, 71-48. But let's take a look real quick at the standings, Logan. As you got Union really sitting 16-1 in the conference, really clinched basically the number 1 spot. With a win today, they'll have the number 1 seed locked in for sure. And then it's West Florida at number 2, Lee at number 3. And then right down, we skip down to number 7, West Alabama at 8 and 9, looking to really just stay in conference contention as well. With a loss today, they could be pushing down to that 8th spot. With 3 games left, you don't want to find your way out of the conference tournament at this point.
Yeah, you don't, and they were really helped out by Union yesterday, beating Montevallo, who at the time was the number 8 seed in the Gulf South Conference. West Alabama, huge win at Christian Brothers a couple nights ago. They were down 26-7 at the end of the first quarter, but West Alabama, with a lot to play for, wound up winning the game 65-63 at Memphis, a tough place to play there. And again, this West Alabama team, and the last time these two teams met, on paper, yes, a 71-48 victory by Union, but West Alabama was without Tasia Garrett-Hammett, and ultimately, when you're without one of your best players in Garrett-Hammett, pretty much the rest of your team goes as well. But this is an experienced West Alabama team that returns a lot from last year, and again, you saw the potential in Garrett-Hammett, even Elaine Field and Janiyah Daniels. But again, this is a team that is facing some pretty serious injuries right now. Chloe Culpepper, one of the best players on this team, out for the rest of the year. And then you also have Sydney Bozeman, someone who started last season for West Alabama, also gone. So really their post presence is gone. You're gonna see a lot of zone here today. So I look for players like Tiffany Reaches to get going, and even with the style of offense that Union plays, you can still get Morgan Martin involved down low. So overall, this is a West Alabama team with a lot to play for right now, sitting kind of at that chopping block of the Gulf South Conference, if you will, at 7th place right now, but you never know. This is a Union team that has been pretty up and down ever since Christmas. Yes, they've won 12 in a row, but at the same time, their offense has been pretty inconsistent. Now it's their defense that's being really consistent. So if Union can play a full 4 quarters, it's going to be hard to stop them, but West Alabama, a team with a lot to play for here tonight.
And real quick, Logan, speaking of injuries, Union's Deja Graves back in the lineup.
Yes, and you saw Thursday night, played 9 minutes, but really was a force whenever she was in the game, and it's a good sign to see her back healthy. Avery Carpenter also back healthy for the Lady Bulldogs. She had missed the past couple games with a concussion. She's dressing out. We'll see if she comes off the bench today.
Well, the excitement is here, ladies and gentlemen. We're excited. The players are excited. Fans are here. Cheerleaders are here. The pep band's here. This is the place to be. You don't want to. You want to stick around for these next 2 games. It's going to be a fun atmosphere as well. It's Union. It's West Alabama. Union, the 6th team in the entire country in Division II, looking to continue to climb that ladder. They got a good test today right here with West Alabama. They're also looking to stay in conference contention, ready for the tournament. 3 regular season games left. And it all comes down to this. This one's going to be a fun one. Well, this time we're going to send it right down to the booth to our good friend Josh Simmons, who's going to have opening national anthem, opening prayer, and then our starting lineups. We're going to get you set for Union and West Alabama. We'll take it to Josh.
By student athletes, coaches, and spectators, we request your cooperation by supporting the participants and officials in a positive manner. Profanity, racial or sexist comments, or other intimidating actions directed at officials, student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the site of competition. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. Good afternoon and welcome to Union University's Fred DeLay Gymnasium in David Blackstock Court for this afternoon's competition between the Bulldogs of Union and the Tigers of West Alabama. This time we ask that you would stand for our invocation brought by Dr. Lynn Stranick and remain standing for our national anthem by the Bulldog Pep Band.
Let's pray. Dear God, our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you have given us and for all that your hand provides to us. Lord, may we never take that for granted. May we be willing to share what you have given us with others so that they may see you. We thank you for this day, for this competition that you're allowing between these 2 schools, Lord. We pray that it would be pleasing to you, that no one will be hurt, and we will exhibit the proper action in our play and play to the best of our abilities. Again, we thank you for everything that you do for us, Lord. We ask you to guide us through this afternoon and this evening. Tomorrow, Lord, may your word be on our hearts as we study and go to church, Lord, in fellowship with one another. Thank you again for these 2 schools, for what they represent. In Jesus' name, amen.
Isaac Garrett. Starting at guard is 6'9" freshman from Adamsville, Alabama, number 2, Bria Dent. At guard, a 5'7" senior from Atlanta, Florida, number 5, Elaine Field. At guard, a 5'5" senior from Orlando, Florida, number 12, Morgan Sands. And at guard, a 5'6" junior from Lynn Haven, Florida, number 30, Janiyah Daniels. And now, for your Union Lady Bulldogs, head coach Mark Campbell in his 20th season, assistant coach Sarah Campbell. Starting the guard, a 5'5" senior from Whitehaven, Jackson, number 1, Gina Perkins. At guard, a 5'9" junior from Hoover, Alabama, number 2, Gina Smith. At guard, a 5'9" senior from Johnston, Iowa, number 3, Katie Childers. At guard, a 5'9" senior out of Martin, Tennessee, number 21, Tiffany Richards. And for the 6'2" graduate from Davenport, Iowa, number 22, Morgan Martin.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, your starting lineups for this afternoon's game between Union and West Alabama. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's your favorite part of the show that we just can't do without. Here it is, right before the tip-off. Whaley's winners.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Union has to continue dominating the post. It's going to be tough to do that against this zone defense, but overall they got to find a way to get Morgan Martin involved. It'll open up the zone for players like Tiffany Regis and Emily Beer to get open for 3. For West Alabama, you got to dominate the glass. This is a Union team that hasn't been rebounding the ball particularly well in Gulf South Conference play, and West Alabama, the 3rd best rebounding team in the conference. If they want to beat Union, they're going to have to get second chance looks, third chance looks. They're going to have to find a way to beat Union's press.
Big time game for both teams. As we all know, the month of February, momentum is everything. It's going to be Garrett Hammett. It's going to be Martin. Tip things off. Union wearing the white with the black letters. West Alabama wearing the black with the red letters. And we are underway here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And Union's going to get things started. Regis thought about a 3. Union almost throws it away. They're going to set it up. And just like you said, Logan, coming in that extended 2-3 zone.
Yeah, and for Union to beat the zone, they have to get somebody in the middle and quick ball movement just like that.
Morgan Martin with the first rebound of the contest, cleans up the glass, trying to direct traffic. She gets it out ahead to Smith with a fresh 30. Childress, she's driving, and she scores.
And that's the key for Union here tonight. They got to find the holes in this zone. Quick ball movement there in that first possession. A nice drive and a nice finish by Childers.
Now it's time Union applying pressure. Daniel's going to set up the offense. Union applying the man-to-man. Field with it. We're going to keep an eye out on that matchup down low in the post between Garrett Hammett and Martin. You're going to see it for the first time. Spinning and scoring is Tasia Garrett Hammett.
Hammett, a natural athlete on this team. A nice drive there. Tough shot, fading away, but able to get it to go.
Foul's going to be called on Garrett Hammett. Going to be her first, team first. And really, that matchup between her and Martin, both players really play a similar style of basketball. They really complement each other down low in the post.
Yeah, you're right, they do. And see here, Martin getting good positioning down low, but like to use their athleticism to their advantage. Love to use the spin move, really, to get advantage down low.
Reaches to the extra pass to Childers, and Kennedy Childers right off the bat. 4 quick points in the first minute and a half, and here's a steal from Reaches. There's that pressure from Union. She lays it up and in and scores. And it's the defensive pressure that just gives people nightmares every single game. Martin with the swat. She throws it out of bounds as Field went up for the layup.
And that, from time to time, can be Union's downfall. Is an athletic team like West Alabama. Of course, Union, you saw the steal there, but the very next possession able to beat Union down the court. But good job there by Martin to recover on defense.
It's the risky run. And a little touch foul is going to be called on Martin. It's going to send Latangela Walker to the foul line. shoot two. So that's going to be the first foul on Morgan Martin. Usually she's a player that plays pretty smart defensively, doesn't get into too much foul trouble. However, it is nice to have Deja Graves back, just in case Martin, later on in the season does get into those situations where she's in foul trouble.
Yeah, in the few games where they were without Graves, they ran a lot of small ball, saw a lot of lineups with both Avery Carpenter and Emily Beard out there to complement Smith and Perkins. And you had probably Childers playing the 5 as well. So a lot of small ball. So it is good to see Deja Graves back in the lineup, able to provide at least some help in the post.
2 for 2 at the charity line is Walker. 6-4 is your score, right at 8-10 in the opening quarter. And you see a lot of movement from Union, running around to the baseline. And reaches, throws it away, looking inside for Martin. And here comes Garrett Hammett in transition.
That was a good idea by Reaches, just poor execution.
3 from Daniels is on its way, and it's good. And West Alabama with the early lead in the opening quarter.
This is a West Alabama team that doesn't shoot the 3 particularly well, as Jada Smith with a nice drive and the nice jump shot there. West Alabama, as a team this season, shooting only 26% from 3.
Some miscommunication leads to an open shot from Elaine Field. Off the mark, and here comes Smith in transition. Up ahead to Martin. Wild shot, well off the mark. That's going to go back to the Lady Tigers. And so you see the speed that really both teams are trying to accommodate early on. Both the Lady Tigers and the Lady Bulldogs looking to run.
And you wonder about the stamina of the Lady Bulldogs as well. Montevallo, a team Thursday that really like to play at a similar pace as West Alabama, likes to run and gun. You got to wonder if that could take a toll on Union.
Setting up the offense now, Garrett Hammett working on Childers. They get it to Field. Movement on the backside. They get it to Garrett Hammett. Thought about a 3. Daniels, she's already hit 1. Can't get another. Childers corrals the rebound, and here comes Union again. This time it's Perkins. Leads it back to Childers. Steps right into a 3. Left it short. Martin in an attempt to save it, doesn't get it. West Al gets possession. Well, we see in action Avery Carpenter into the game, as well as number 2, Bria Dent.
Yeah, Carpenter, really her first game since the Mississippi College game last week. Got a concussion. Good to see her back healthy.
This time it's stolen away by Reaches. And really the speed of this game is fascinating. Smith out to Perkins. Extra pass to Reaches. Top of the key. Got it.
The extra pass pays dividends there for the Lady Bulldogs. Jada Perkins in her last 3 games has 36 assists. Getting started with another one here tonight.
That's how you beat a zone, even if it's in transition. You got to move that basketball. They're back at it again. Perkins, Carpenter. Kicks out to another, reaches 3, and it's money every single time, ladies and gentlemen. West Al wants a timeout, and rightfully so. Tiffany Reaches doing her thing like she normally does. I don't know why we're surprised. It's a 14-7 lead for Union. We're going to take a quick 30. We'll be right back after this.
Here's the best buy you can get for free. 54 unique and beautiful Tennessee state parks. You can hike and swim, fish and go boating, golf and camp out. Even enjoy our inns and cabins. And admission is always free year-round in your 54 Tennessee state parks. Go to TennesseeStateParks.com for fun and adventure, naturally.
And we welcome you back to E-Plus TV6's coverage of Union University basketball. And Logan, we were just joking around in a hypothetical situation. Tiffany Reaches isn't a player you want to get involved in a game of horse with.
No, she really can shoot with range. My range typically is the right elbow. She can shoot it from the volleyball line. And it really is a scary thing to see when Tiffany Reaches gets going. Got it with a couple of steals on the defensive end. Had it early on the offensive end with a layup. Now with a couple of threes. When she hits her first 2 shots, it's a scary thing to see because she can realistically go off for 25, 30 points when she's this hot early on.
Exactly, and right now Union doing a good job of taking those turnovers and turning them into points. As you see, 5 points off those 2 turnovers from West Alabama. Well, we welcome you back. It's 14-7. I'm Alex Northcutt. He's Logan Whaley. We're going to take you through this journey of what is another fantastic afternoon of Gulf South Conference basketball.
You know, one thing I just noticed out of that timeout is Union gets a steal here. One thing I noticed, off the inbound, Union's cheerleaders in West Alabama are wearing remarkably similar uniforms. I wonder if this was part of the strategy here tonight for the Bulldogs.
You know, if I think Coach Susie Oliver had anything to do with it, which I think she did, then it's 100% a move of strategy. Kudos to Coach Oliver. And a nice play right there from Bria Dent, driving in through the traffic, gets it to go off the glass. And Union really coming out of the timeout, coming in a 2-3 zone as well. Reaches, can't hit her third three, but another offensive rebound for the Lady Bulldogs. Union, a team you don't want to give too many second chances to. Martin with some contact, gets a room rebound back and misses it right off the rim. Back iron as Perkins flies in, tips it out of bounds.
And Martin's been ice cold to start this game. Missed her first 3 shots. Has gotten many offensive rebounds, just unable to find the bottom of the basket.
And we've got a line change like they do in hockey, basically. You're going to get your first look at Emily Beard and Miracle Gray for Union. Beard had a good game on Thursday as well.
Yeah, I mentioned this in the interview with Coach Campbell. It seems to me she loves playing on Valentine's Day. Last year against this West Alabama team, that was a Valentine's Day game. Emily Beard had a career-high 24 points. Thursday night, she hit 5 threes in the third quarter and finished with 18 points.
Well, pretty safe to say next year, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and pencil in February 14th, and if Union has a game, you're going to want to watch Emily Beard. You know, we're not superstitious over here. We're just a little stitious. Little stitious. There's nothing wrong with being a little stitious.
But seriously, though, Emily Beard is really one of the best shooters in the Gulf South Conference. And similar to Regis, if she gets going, look out.
Right. Just got to see one go down. Well, West Alabama back in the zone. Get it inside to Martin. She double-teamed, and she traveled. That's one thing we've seen out of Union post players over the course of the years is that's what separates the good from the great, is you know when you get a double team down low in the post, how quickly can you distribute that ball out. So Martin doing a little slower than usual, and it backfired as there's a turnover call.
You can tell she's getting flustered early on, really, as she is facing that double team in the zone. Really, she knows the double team's coming, and I think she's trying to force it, trying to play quicker than what she's normally used to.
Union trapping in the zone. Good job finding the extra teammate, and the ball finally rolls in. Kim Parrish with the jumper right there, the senior from Birmingham. Nice bucket, cuts it to 3. No one on Childers. She's going to drive it with some contact. Count the bucket.
Childers has played extremely well here early on, really having success attacking the basket.
She's a player that is very versatile on the offensive end. Can shoot it from outside, can hit you with the mid-range game, and now you can see driving in, even with some contact, finishing at the cup. And we've seen basically all of that already in the opening stanza of play. Childers' three-point play the hard way. It's now 17-11. And Childers, I believe, now with 7 points, leading all scores. Ball movement. This time they go inside. Almost stolen away. This time it's with Field. Swings to the corner to Daniels. 10 on the shot clock. This time they go inside to Walker. Spinning, left-handed shot. It's good.
And Walker got Martin off of her feet and was able to take advantage with a nice bucket.
3:25 left to go in the opening quarter. Gray driving, kicking to Beard. Corner 3, long. Rebound to Martin. And she goes back up and puts it in. And Morgan Martin has just been a terror on the offensive glass in the opening quarter, Logan.
Yeah, she really has, and that was a good look there by Beard, and typically the corner is her spot, just unable to get it to go. But Martin, again, nice fundamental offensive rebound there, just soaring in the air and finally able to get a basket to go.
Martin already with 5 boards in the contest. And so another line change, Avery Carpenter comes in. It's almost thrown away. So Perkins will set it up. Union doing a good job of moving the ball around the perimeter. See, I like to run the loop around the post right there. Nice backdoor cut from Perkins, and she lays it in. Great find right there from Martin. Great cut by Perkins. Phenomenal execution.
And Perkins is so hard to stop with those backdoor cuts. We saw a couple of plays yesterday where Union had a turnover, and it seemed to be a 2-on-1 break for Montevallo, but Jada Perkins, you just see it's almost like a flash of lightning just going down the court. Same scenario here with Perkins, able to use her speed to her advantage on that backdoor cut.
And LaTangela Walker called for the offensive foul. And that'll be her second personal in the first quarter. That'll bring Bria Dent off the bench back into the game.
And I mentioned earlier about the injuries that West Alabama has, especially to Culpepper and Bozeman. 6-foot Culpepper, 6'3" Bozeman. This West Alabama team still has a lot of depth in the post, especially with players like Walker and Dent.
Well, and it's one of those what-if situations as Carpenter lines up a three, can't get it to go, as this West Alabama team is almost a brand-new team if those players are still in the lineup. Dent's fouled by Beard. She'll go to the line for two.
Because you look at it, Garrett Hammett, one of the best young players in the Gulf South Conference, complimenting Culpepper, complimenting Bozeman, and then you have Walker coming in as well. Really, they have 4 solid post players that they can go to at any time, and especially with players like Bria Dent, who's the reigning freshman of the week in the Gulf South Conference, pulling down rebounds at the rate that she's pulling down rebounds. It's really been an impressive sight.
Move the towel off the TV monitor real quick.
That's the one thing I've always been meaning to ask Coach Campbell about, the significance of the towels.
The passing of the baton, if you will.
That's what I think.
I don't know.
But I mean, knowing Coach Campbell, there's a significant meaning behind it.
Well, and I'm willing to bet that one time, it probably only happened one time and only needed to happen one time. There was probably some miscommunication with a substitution that, probably made him just a tad frustrated as Deja Graves checked into the game and immediately scores. And so now the towel system to really make sure the person you're substituting in for knows they're coming out of the game.
No towel here, though, as Childers checks back in for Graves.
But at the end of the day, what do we really know?
Again, that was a very efficient minute there by Deja Graves, and even with the injury, Coach Campbell will definitely limit her minutes as she gets back into the flow of deep in the conference season here. But it's a good sign to see her be aggressive as soon as she touches the ball.
Parrish lines up another elbow jumper, and she gets it to go. 2 for 2 on the afternoon.
And Parrish, her season high this year is 6 points, and not really a player that's heavily involved in this offense, but playing well here early on.
Perkins drives, and really, Logan, there's been so many gaps in the West Alabama zone. Union's just been able to drive in and kick and really just do whatever they want to on the offensive end.
Yeah, and Perkins, a good job there recognizing that she could split the gap there. Good job drawing the foul. Perkins has been kind of cold offensively, not really posting her usual numbers, just averaging over 11 points per game. Has been under that really her last 3 games, but she's made up for it in distributing the basketball. As I mentioned, 36 assists over her last 3, including a 14 assist outing against Mississippi College.
She gets the first free throw to go as Morgan Sams checks back in. 2 for 2 now, so now it's an 8-point lead for Union as we approach the final minute of the opening quarter. Zone defense is the defensive style of choice for Coach Mark Campbell. And really kind of a sagging zone. Now they start to extend. Tipped away, stolen. Smith in transition. Easy lay-in, can't get it to go. And we're going to get a foul, I believe, on Dent.
Smith has struggled at times this season with those easy layups. I think sometimes he could be too wide open in some scenarios. And I think she knew that she had a trailer behind and perhaps was expecting contact. And
Heard the footsteps.
Mm-hmm.
So Carpenter's the shooter. Union's in the bonus. Makes the first one.
Now Montevallo came to town Thursday night, and Savannah Lee, the TCA product, had a phenomenal game, a career-high 20 points. And we noticed, or Alexander and I posed a question earlier in the broadcast. We wondered the number that Alex Northcutt wore at TCA.
Interesting.
I forgot how we got to that point. Oh, I remember now. 23. Number 23 from Montevallo. She had a really good game. It wasn't Savannah Lee, but it was another season high, career high in points. And Alexander brought up a point. Well, there's another 23 who seemingly had a good career in basketball, and we got into the whole greatest of all time discussion. And then I wondered what Alex Northcutt wore at TCA.
The old 15, man.
15.
1-5.
1-5.
And really, it's one. And here's the reason. Not that there's any significance behind that. A lot of people think it's because, that was the year I graduated high school, 2015. But really it's because it came down to freshman year, and it was the only jersey left. And the only jersey that even remotely fit me. And so that's the one that worked.
There
Stuck
we go.
with it ever since. Meanwhile, 5 seconds left on the game clock. Union with the basketball. Carpenter. Childers has to put up a shot. Wild one. And just off the front of the iron. Looked good from our perspective, but just left it just a bit short. 10-point lead, however, for Union going into the first break is 27-17. We'll be right back with more Union basketball on E+ TV 6 right after this.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Jackson Energy Authority, one thing you can count on. Well, we welcome you back to E+ TV 6's coverage of Union basketball. And really, Logan, it seems like this season has just been a record-breaking season for so many reasons, and we have another one today.
That's right. First off, with Jada Perkins, 1,000 points, 600 rebounds, 600 assists. Jada Smith reached 1,000 points earlier in the season, and another 1,000-point score for this Union team as Tiffany Reaches with a three-pointer there in the first quarter. She has 8. She's reached 1,000 career points in her Union career.
It's just a remarkable feat anytime someone reaches 1,000 points, specifically at this level with the competition that these ladies face night in, night out. And really just it proves to the hard work, the dedication that is first off, demanded by Coach Mark Campbell, but also, it just proves that under his leadership, under his coaching, he's going to lead you to success. And it's been really fun to see, players like Smith, Perkins, and Reaches get to this point in their career. I've actually had the privilege of seeing them all 4 years develop here at this Union program, and really see it come to fruition. It's been a really remarkable feat. Well, we come back to the action as Bria Dent gets the corner jumper to go, as Union now leads by 8. And as we look in retrospect at that first quarter, 27 points in the opening quarter, but really it was Union's defense turning into transition offense, Logan. That's really we got the Lady Bulldogs going.
Yeah, and early on in the first quarter you saw really zone pressure applied by the Bulldogs, and it really just, you notice West Alabama starting to force passes, Union with active hands on defense, getting their hands, really deflecting passes, and in the press even able to get steals. Tiffany Reaches had a couple of good steals there in the first quarter. So overall, Union's defense, and yes, West Alabama does have 19 points, and I'm sure Coach Campbell would like to see that number really just stay in the low, in the 20s, 30s here in the second quarter. But either way, Union's defense not playing bad here early on.
Looking to get inside to Martin. The battle down low between her and Garrett Hammett. She's fouled. It'll be Garrett Hammett's second personal foul. So we'll see what Coach Cram decides to do. See if he decides to keep his star post player in the game. Martin goes to the free throw line where she has not been this afternoon, whatever time of day it is. Martin comes into this contest, 76% free throw shooter. Coming off a 26-point performance on Thursday against Montevallo. Looking to pick up where she left off. So far, a little bit of a slow start. Only a couple of points here and there. She's got a total of 2. Had to look there for a second. Missed the free throw, gets the offensive rebound. And they'll set it back up. Smith looking to go inside again to Martin. Remember, Garrett Hammett has 2 fouls. Nice cut again by Perkins, and she lays it up too strong. Here come the Lady Tigers in transition. They'll slow it up. Ball with Sams to Dent. Nice ball movement right here. But good rotation defense from Union. It's tipped away, stolen yet again.
Yeah, bad pass there by West Alabama. Tried to find Garrett Hammett, but Jada Smith was all over it.
A little hesitation right there from Smith. And the master of the mid-range strikes again.
And Smith had a very good outing against Montevallo in her last game. 18 points on 8 of 10 shooting. Also added in 6 rebounds, dished out 5 assists, stole the ball 3 times.
Dent pivots, stops, scores inside against Martin. And right now, coming alive in the second quarter, Bria Dent having herself a nice first half with 8 points, leading the Lady Tigers.
I think Dick Vitale would call her a diaper dandy.
Definitely.
Having herself a fine game this afternoon.
Almost thrown away, gets it to Regis. And another cut inside. This time it's Smith. Contact, no call. Sams with it over in the corner to Parker. And Union back into what I believe is a little bit of a man-to-man, and they get beat off the back door lane field. Nice cut, nice bucket.
Yeah,
it's a 7-point game.
No help to be found there, and good job there by West Alabama bringing Morgan Martin out so they could have that backdoor opportunity.
Regis letting it fly, no good. She'll check out of the game, as well as Carpenter and Martin.
Union playing a bit of small ball now as we see a lineup of, I believe Childers will be, or sorry, Martin's still in there. I thought she checked out for a second.
A little deception right there from Miss Martin. Just having a conversation with Coach.
Yep.
Sams with the basketball over to Dent. Guarded by Perkins. Over to Field. 8 on the shot clock. Dent dials it up. Left it just a bit short. And Perkins with it in transition. She'll set it up. And so the pace of this quarter has been a little bit slower than it was in the opening quarter, but they get it inside to Martin. They get to the free throw line, which is exactly what Coach Campbell wants.
Yeah, the pace has been slowed a little bit this quarter, and that's honestly in the favor of West Alabama, especially with that zone defense. Saw in the first quarter what really led to success offensively for the Lady Bulldogs. You saw them attack the zone, attack the basket, quick ball movement, had somebody in the middle. Now West Alabama's kind of slowed them down. Union's hit a little lull here offensively.
Field checks out, Parker checks in. But one thing about Union's versatility is, you know, just because you take them out of their transition style of play doesn't mean they can't hurt you in the half-court game. Union, I expect to see a lot more touches to Martin in the half-court style. They're going to try to get her to the foul line every single time. Beard's going to get called for the foul as Miracle Gray sets the check in.
Yeah, Coach Campbell does not agree with the call, and honestly, I don't know about that. The offensive player initiated all the contact there.
Nonetheless, that's only the first team foul of this quarter for Union. 3 ball from Sams is no good. Now it's Gray pushing ahead to Beard. Set up with Smith. So there they go. Looking to go inside to Martin. They get her. Kicks out to Gray. It's tipped. Finally, Union retains possession. Smith, mid-range, rims off, fighting for it's Martin. I think she's going to be called for the offensive foul. One thing I have noticed, though, is Martin has been battling every single time for a rebound. West Alabama has had their hands full trying to get Martin off the glass. Even if she doesn't get the rebound, West Alabama's had to fight tooth and nail just to get the ball.
Yeah, and you notice on the replay there, Smith had Beard open for a 3, decided to take the contested mid-range jumper.
Traveling call, a makeup call, if you will, as Dent turns it back over. We are approaching a media timeout. We're 5:47 left to go in the second quarter. We thank you for tuning in to our broadcast of Union basketball. Union coming in, leading the conference, only 1 loss on their record overall and in conference play. That one to Lee. They'll get a chance this coming Thursday at Lee as well. Reaches hot start, but now she's cooled off. Missed her last 2 jumpers.
Yeah, rare miss there, wide open from the corner. Typically she knocks those down.
Dent driving. Off the glass, no good. Reaches with the rebound. And here comes Smith in transition. Doesn't have the numbers. She'll take it anyway. Bucket goes. Are they going to count it? And they're going to call it on the floor. So that would have been a nice play. That would have been a nice play. Let's take a look at the replay. Hits the jump stop.
I mean, you tell me. To me, that it looked good from here.
They call.
She was about to go up for the jump shot, and that's where the contact happened.
Reaches again, misses. That's 3 in a row she's missed. Here comes Parrish in transition, pushing the issue. Up on Gray. Great transition defense, but there's Field to clean it up and scores, and now it's a 7-point game. Really, West Alabama, they got away with one on that last possession. I still don't see how Smith isn't at the line going for the and one. Nonetheless, to throw it inside to Graves, she can't get a handle on it, and it's another turnover for Union. A lot of moving pieces going on in this quarter. A very interesting quarter as we approach the 5-minute mark exactly in our media timeout. We're going to take a quick 30-second timeout. We'll be back with more Union basketball here on E+ TV 6.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV 6.
And we're back here on E+ TV 6 as we approach the second half of the second quarter. At this time, we're going to send it to our sideline reporter, Daniel Potts, with some information about kind of how the flow of this game's been going.
Well, the spirits are high among the sideline right now, despite the score. The players are all coaching each other, and they're very much into this game at this moment. However, Coach did say he wants them to slow the pace down and take it one play at a time and not rush things.
One play at a time it is. And that's how we're going to take things as well. Thank you to our sideline reporters. Daniel Potts, he's going to be here all game long. Going to have the insight and the in-depth reporting from our sideline reporters. They do a phenomenal job each and every game, as does our whole team of great members of our camera crew. Directed and produced, helped by Steve Beverly, of course, and then Paul Schulze, Lawson Mann, behind-the-scenes gurus, making this all possible. Back to the action, Union still applying pressure. Field, Euro step in the lane, gets it to go, and a nice move from Elaine Field. A little English on that move right there.
Yeah, a little bit. Nice move there. No one stopped the ball. Led to, not necessarily the easiest bucket in the world, but that was a nice move to open herself up for a pretty easy finish.
They don't teach you that in elementary school. That's developed over the years. Smith drives baseline. Reverse lay-in, got it, and just beat Garrett Hammett right off the dribble. And just a great move right there from Smith, sizing up her opponent, making a decision, scoring the basketball.
Yeah, and when Union goes to this lineup here, they're going to have to play that type of basketball. They needed a bucket there in the worst way. And who else to go to but your top playmaker there in Jada Smith.
And Union's defense has just been forcing West Alabama, into just an exhausted offensive set as they don't even get into their set offense until about 18 left on the shot clock. Elaine Field coming out of the timeout, ready to play. She cuts it to a 4-point game.
Yeah, no one was there to contest Field. Field, 7 of 43 from downtown this year, able to get that one to go.
Perkins to Regis, a deep three, rims off. That's 4 in a row, Logan, from Regis.
Yeah, and I think Regis is starting to force it here, not really taking shots in the flow of the offense.
Transition bucket, no good from Parrish. Now it's up ahead to Carpenter. Thought about going inside to Grace, kick it out to Regis. Perkins. And Jada Smith working inside. She can't get it to go. It's tipped out by Gray. Possession to the Lady Tigers.
And this is an interesting look here for the Lady Bulldogs now with both Reaches and Beard in the same lineup.
And really no true post players. It's Carpenter, Beard, Reaches, Perkins, and Smith.
And I'm actually kind of surprised Coach Cram has not countered with Tasia Garrett-Hammett.
Well, he just took her out of the game. And so now both teams going small. Beard with the steal to Carpenter. Left-handed layup, left it short. As she was thrown into the boards, she's still down.
Yeah, I think she hit the chair that was right out there.
Play resumes. Bria Dent, bucket. And now play stops as Carpenter. Yeah, exactly what you said, Logan. I believe she hit her head, and that's definitely not.
Yeah, I don't know if she necessarily hit her head, but definitely her body.
Take a look right here.
Hit the chair. Again, tough layup there, off balance. Yeah, her back hit that chair. Thankfully, it's not her head, just coming back from a concussion.
Right.
But either way.
Still not something you want to see. It's going to aggravate as Coach Campbell definitely moves that chair and just throws it to the side, rightfully so. Well, Avery Carpenter still down. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll be back with an injury report on Carpenter in just a few minutes.
On a lawn mowing service, Propane works for you. Propane can go where you go. Tanks easily changed, no spillage, quick transition, clean burn, increased energy efficiency. Propane, the affordable, clean alternative fuel wherever you mow. Find out more about JA's ProGas. Call 422-7500. Propane, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Part of JEA today.
Well, we welcome you back to Union University basketball here on E+TV 6. Avery Carpenter, you saw her just go down, hitting that chair on the far baseline. Seems to be okay, able to walk back over to the bench. Her return is hopeful. We'll keep you updated on that. But right now, it's a 2-point game. Out of nowhere, West Alabama has really just come out of that previous timeout. Been playing some really good basketball. Union's offense been very stagnant as of lately. 6 on the clock. Perkins driving off the glass and just too quick for the entire defense to stop. And Union really, the outside shooting hasn't really been there this quarter, so they're taking it to the rim.
Yeah, and Perkins there, a nice first step, able to get her man off balance. Was an easy pass to the basket there. Smooth right-hand finish.
Perkins now with 4 in the game. Field, she's got her last 2 buckets to drop. Driving inside Daniels. Over to Dent. Dent driving, a runner in the lane. Left it well off the mark, and here comes Perkins in transition again. And she kicks back to Reaches, who's well beyond the 3-point line. Still rimmed off.
And a good shot there, but again, Reaches started the game 2 of 3. Now she's 2 of 9.
Field again with that Euro step, gets it to go. She's got, from what I believe, 7 points in this last couple of minutes.
Yeah, Field is somebody that only averages around 6 points a game, but coming off of a 5-point performance at Christian Brothers, but playing probably her best game of the season here.
The kick out to Beard, 11 on the clock. Wild pass over to Reaches. She saves it into Perkins. Perkins driving. That's going to be a foul called on Bria Dent. That'll be her second personal foul. Team 4th. So substitutions in for Coach Cram as Garrett-Hammett comes back into the game, as well as Morgan Sams. And so now it's going to be interesting to see on the other end, who matches up with Garrett-Hammett. Reaches again for a 3. She has now missed her last 6 3-point field goals, ladies and gentlemen, and really just can't get any worse right now for Union. However, it's nothing against Reaches. You're a shooter. It's what she does best. You got to keep shooting. When you get open looks, that's what some of the best shooters do.
And I think one thing that Reaches can do, but she hasn't done a lot of this season, she can attack the basket. And that's something that has worked for Union in this first half. I say if you're Tiffany Reaches, why not try to at least get to the free throw line?
Garrett-Hammett ties the game in transition. Smith, mid-range, got it. Jada Smith has really been huge in this first half. She's got 8 points, and they have been timely buckets when she has. Now over to Field. She's going to drive. She's had the hot hand. She flips it up long, but there's the rebound from the bigger Garrett Hammond, and she sticks it up and in. We got a tie game once more.
And that was something I think Coach Cram realized, that he had to get Garrett Hammond in the game with the Lady Bulldogs a little bit low on the post depth right now, and she pays dividends there.
Yeah, that was just pure size and athleticism right there. Union going to hold for the last shot. 11 on the clock. We are all tied at 38. Pick and roll with Perkins and Childers. It's not there. Perkins driving. Tipped up. Gray, she flips it up. She's fouled. And so Miracle Gray will shoot 2 free throws as the clock expired. And really what has been a surprising first half on so many ends. And really it's just been completely flip-flopped as they put 0.4 seconds back on the game clock. But you look at it, it was 27-17 in the first quarter. Now in the second quarter, West Alabama right now has outscored Union 21-11.
Yeah, Union just ice cold from the field. I give credit to West Alabama's defense there. Union has had zero answer, especially with Martin out of the game. Union's going to have to find a way to rebound here in the second half of play. Again, only 4 of 16 from the field in that entire second quarter, 0 of 6 from 3.
Gray goes 2 for 2 at the line, gives Union a 2-point lead. You don't want to foul here or create anything. And that'll do it for the first half. It's 40-38 in what has been really a surprising first half. West Alabama, a great second quarter to stay in this basketball game. And like you said, tempo was everything in the first quarter. Union had it and then lost it in the second quarter. Give credit to West Alabama's defense. If we take a look just at some big notes right here, Morgan Martin really struggling, as well as Tiffany Reach is struggling on the offensive end. But big buckets from Jada Smith for Union. Jada Perkins playing well. Also, Kennedy Childers, 7 points, doing some good things for Coach Campbell's club.
Yeah, and really just that second quarter, Union hit a lull offensively, and that's something that has been a theme for Union post-Christmas, just unable to get some buckets to go when they've needed them to go. Martin's been out of the game, and really just Union not able to get into the flow of their offense there in the second quarter. West Alabama's extended zone pressure really providing a lot of just forced shots and really bad shots for Union all around. So I look for Union to regroup here in the locker room, and it should be a very, very close second half.
Well, we've got an exciting finish awaiting for you. We're going to take a quick break right now in the action. We return. We'll have an interview with head men's coach David Niven, talk about the upcoming game against one of the better teams in the conference in West Alabama, a marquee matchup that you're going to want to stick around for. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have Coach Niven for you to break down the men's game in just a few minutes.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow, both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You wouldn't do that. So why do you do this? Distracted driving kills an average of 9 people and injures over 1,000 every day in America. Put down your phone. Lives depend on it. Don't drive intoxicated. Don't drive intoxicated. A sobering message from AAA.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to E+TV6's coverage of Union University basketball. As promised, we have head men's coach here at Union, Coach Dave Niven, here for a little halftime interview, a quick report on the men's game, and a little preview of what's coming up here in a couple of minutes after this girls' game. Coach, we got 3 games left on the regular season. Time flies.
Yeah, it goes by quick. So, big one today. Tell our guys before every game, this is the biggest game of the year. And so it's the one on our schedule today, and so that certainly applies against West Al here at home.
Definitely. Looking to go 1-0 every single night. Well, Coach, let's talk about what happened on Thursday. Really big win for you guys as well over Montevallo, stringing some wins together. And really a good game overall by Ty Park specifically. But really, what were some things that really started clicking in that game?
Well, we shot the ball well, particularly in the first half. I think we made 10 threes, 9 or 10 threes in the first half, and had a number of guys that were ready to make shots. Defensively, we didn't feel very good about where we were in the first half. Came out in the second half and really defended a lot better, gave ourselves a lead, and were able to rest some guys and play some zone and do some different things in the second half there. Offensively, we were not near as good in the second half, but one of those things that we went through a little bit of a lull shooting, and today's going to be a day we need to be ready to make some shots for sure.
Yeah, and West Alabama, we'll talk about that matchup here today. A very talented team, a lot of experience on their side as well. We'll talk about the last time you guys met. 62-57, a close game over there at West Alabama. Really a low-scoring game, if you will. Kind of what do you have to do today to really kind of either pick up the pace offensively or kind of slow them down on their end as well?
Well, they'll play pretty deliberate. So it's not so much trying to slow them down. You need to guard. They've got some very, very talented guards. They've got bigs that can score. I mean, there's a reason they've won 10 in a row or whatever they have, just because they can score a lot of different ways. For us, we feel like we left a lot on the table. I think we missed 11 free throws, 4 layups in that game, so that's close to 20 points. That you execute pretty well, you get the shot you want, and you either get fouled and don't convert or miss right at the basket. And so those are going to be important, that we don't leave those opportunities on the floor, because this is a team that I think they're one of the better, if not one of the best defensive teams in our league. And so when you've got to work, you got to be patient to get a good shot. When you get it, you really need you guys ready to capitalize.
Do you find it important playing here at your home gym, late in the season against a talented team? Do you feel like it's a comfortable environment that helps you play better?
Absolutely. We're thrilled to be at home today. We've got great support. We've got a lot of local kids who bring a ton of people that those guys always seem to play really, really well in front of their friends and family. So it's always great to be at home.
Good deal. Well, let's talk a little bit about, I guess, just kind of at this point in the season, like we mentioned, 3 regular season games left. The identity of this team, kind of hitting your stride at this point. Kind of what does the chemistry, the identity of this team look like as you head into the last couple of games?
Well, I think we've got a really unselfish group of guys that want to win. They don't really care how we do it. And so you see the ball moves around a lot. We share it. Guys turn down a shot if they think their teammates got a better one. And so I think that's made us really efficient offensively, because we typically have 5 guys on the floor that can all score in various ways. And so as they've learned to play together and where those shots should come from, I think you see that they're playing with a lot of confidence on the offensive side. We want to be great defensively. We've not been great defensively this year. But we're a lot better today than we were a month ago, and certainly when the season started. And so that's something that we continue to do. We've got some young defenders. We've really elevated a freshman to be the guy that we're saying, hey, we want you to be our lockdown defender. You're going to guard the other team's best player, and that takes time to develop that kind of stuff. So we're still growing as a team, but I love these guys. These guys will give us everything they've got today, for sure.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to it as well. Union taking on West Alabama later on. Coach Niven, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, we'll take a quick break in the action as well, and when we come back, we'll have we'll break down the first half of this girls' game. We'll give you predictions, if you will, the second half, and then we'll get ready to go for the men's game later on. We got Union University basketball coming up in just a few minutes here on E+ TV 6.
This changes everything. TiVo is here. Search and control your cable channels and streaming video apps with one remote. Record 6 shows at once and build a library of favorites with one pass recording. Then watch on any TV in your home or browse and view on Wi-Fi devices with the free View It app. Call E+ Broadband to add TiVo and ask about our new packages.
So I'm just going to pour it right over top of it.
Hey!
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV 6.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Well, welcome back to the wonderful Fred DeLay Gymnasium on this lovely February afternoon. I'm Alex Northcutty's Logan Whaley. We're going to talk a little basketball today. Right now, it seems to be in this contest between West Alabama and Union, a game that a lot of people would think, you know, at this point in the game, halftime, Union's got the heavy lead. Like my good friend Lee Corso says, not so fast. Logan, it's been a tale of 2 quarters here.
It really has. First quarter, Union was on fire. And really, if anyone saw the Montevallo game, Union red hot from the first quarter as well, scoring 25 points in that game, 27 in this game. Then the second quarter, Union just went ice cold, and you wonder what happened. Well, West Alabama's defense happened. They picked up the intensity of their zone defense. Union had no answer. Morgan Martin got into foul trouble, and the minute she went into foul trouble, Union had to play small ball. Players like Tiffany Regis, who has missed her last 7 threes, she went cold. Kennedy Childers went cold. And honestly, just a bad time for Union to get cold. But the good news is they're still up 2 points. West Alabama has countered in the second quarter with a good offensive approach. Elaine Field had a very, very solid second quarter for the Lady Tigers.
Exactly. And if you don't believe what we're saying right now, we can take a look at the numbers because the numbers don't lie. Let's take a look at those at-the-half stats. Really one that speaks out in particular to me is you got your points off turnovers according to the turnovers as well. West Alabama, they've turned it over 10 times in the first half. Union able to capitalize a little bit, 11 points off those turnovers. West Alabama, and credit a lot of this happening in the second quarter. 55% shooting to Union's 38, and then even 50% to Union's 14 from beyond the three-point line. Now, that's a stat I definitely wouldn't have believed if you had told me that going into this one as well. Free throw percentages, not many free throws in this game, but both teams doing a pretty good job. Union, they've got the edge on the rebounding side, specifically due to Morgan Martin, who's already got 6 of her own, and really just cleaning up the offensive glass for, well, Union leading the offensive rebounding category 7-2, and then we just mentioned the turnover. So those are your halftime stats, and that's basically told the storyline of what's happened in this game. And so now you look at Union, they still have the lead, 40-38, with Miracle Grace free throws in the last second of the second quarter. But we've seen Union time and time again come out in the third quarter and put teams away.
Yeah, Thursday outscoring Montevallo 32-11 in the third quarter. I feel like we may see something similar here. I think we'll definitely see a more inspired Union offense coming out here in this third quarter of play. Defensively, as you saw there, 10 turnovers there from West Alabama, but ultimately, I think if Union continues the pressure on the defensive side of the basketball, they're going to force turnovers. That's just the way that they play. But on the offensive side, look for Emily Beard or Tiffany Regis to get back going from downtown. Morgan Martin will be playing with 2 fouls. She'll get a lot of looks down low, and when that happens, that will open up the rest of the game for players like Jada Perkins, Jada Smith, and the rest of Union's guards. So ultimately for Union, they just have to find a way to let Morgan Martin be the centerpiece of their offense.
Yeah, and you know, at least get her a touch every offensive possession as well. She's already got 5.6 boards, like I said, really doing a good job on the offensive glass. That matchup with her and Tasia Garrett-Hammett has been an interesting one to keep an eye out on as well. Take a look at West Alabama. Bria Dent, 10 points. Elaine Field, 11 points. And what does Union have to do to really slow down those 2 players, specifically Field, who had herself quite a second quarter?
Well, both Dent and Field had their successes driving the basket, and really late in that second quarter when Union didn't have a lot of interior help, West Alabama took advantage of that. A lot of their points coming inside the paint. Yes, they do have 2 threes. They're 2 of 4 from downtown. They don't take a lot of threes. This is a team that is a really poor three-point shooting team, though not showing it here in this first half. But players like Dent, players like Field, they're having their success, finding open lanes, making tough shots. We've seen Field use the Euro step a couple times, and Field, very elusive, can get to the basket pretty much as well as anyone on this team. Bria Dent the same way, the reigning freshman of the week in the Gulf South Conference. She's hit shots from outside. She's attacked the basket and had success there. So overall, Union just has to find a way to stop the dribble drive. And really, that can be countered in one of 2 ways. You extend the pressure on the full court press. You get turnovers there. And in the half court defense, we saw Union have success in a zone and trapping it. I think Union could go one of 2 ways there. So, or even both ways. You never know.
The pressure, it's worked sometimes. It hasn't worked sometimes. West Alabama, they've turned the ball over. They've gotten to the cup. You know, it's just been one of those days where it's been an either-or kind of contest. Well, we thank you for tuning in to this game and what a lot of people didn't think was going to be a close one. The last time these 2 met, Union won 71-48. And it's been a different story here at Union and the Fred DeLay. But like I said, it's February. It's almost tournament time. Anything can happen. Your starting 5 to start the third quarter for Unions: Childers, Perkins, Smith, Martin, and Reaches to start things off. And for Coach Cram and the Lady Tigers, it's Field, it's Daniels, Garrett-Hammett, Dent, and Sams. And we are underway here on E+ TV 6. Third quarter begins, usually Union's best quarter of the game. Start things off, like you said, Logan, as you predicted, Morgan Martin getting a touch. They go back to her again. Kicks it out to Reaches, who really struggled in that second quarter. Childers, she's going to open it up with a corner 3 long. The rebound goes to Perkins. Tries to flip it inside to Smith, and Perkins is down. I'm not sure what exactly happened. Play resumes as Daniels is tipped out of bounds, and Perkins, I believe, holding her face as she might have caught an elbow right to the nose. We'll keep it right here as Perkins is down. Take a look at the replay one more time. Look closely. And I'm not exactly sure what it was.
And she's kind of limping off the court here, thankfully able to walk off under her own power.
It's a little shaken up, and that's huge right there. As you know, you take a look at the stats right here. Only 6 points in the first half, but Perkins is that motor for the Lady Bulldogs. Really gets things going on the offensive end and specifically the defensive end as the team's one of probably their primary defender. The officials are talking it over with the scores table, trying to sort things out as far as time. But we will definitely keep you monitored on Jada Perkins and if and when she will return to this ball game. Miracle Gray checking in her place. Union going back to that 2-3 style zone. Garrett-Hammett rims right off. Just an unlucky bounce right there for Tasia Garrett-Hammett, as she had great position right there on Morgan Martin. Union to set it up this time. Smith running the show. West Alabama still in that 2-3 zone. Union was able to shoot out of it in the first quarter. Not so lucky in the second. Inside to Martin. She double teamed. Cutting Smith right at the GSC logo and just in and out of the basket.
Yeah, good look there by Smith, but just unlucky there on the bounce.
Sam swings it over to Dent in the corner. Ball goes around the perimeter. They're trying to get it inside to Garrett-Hammett, who has the mismatch on Miracle Gray. There's the screen with Field. Over to Dent. She'll take a straightaway triple. And well off the mark. Nothing but air as that goes out of bounds.
I think Regis was right in giving her some space to shoot that three. Dent doesn't shoot the three a whole ton, only 10 of 24 on the season. Here tonight, that was her first attempt. Probably will be her last attempt.
Got a good feeling about that one as well. Scoreless so far in the third quarter. We're a minute and a half into it. Again, they are double teaming Morgan Martin down low. Gray spinning, reaches, corner three. Off the mark. Offensive rebound though from Childers, and she sticks it back in. And a great right place, right time moment from Kennedy Childers. And she gets the first bucket of the third quarter.
Yeah, Childers really struggled there in that second quarter. Good to see her getting back going. But Tiffany Regis, her 8th consecutive missed three, just not getting a lot of lift on her shots.
Wild shot right there from Field. Now it's Smith, up ahead to Gray, in transition. Off the glass and in, a great move right there from Miracle Gray. Great presence of mind to shield away from the contact. Union up 6 now, 44-38, 7:35 left on the clock. Coach Campbell wanting a push-off, no call. That leaves Field wide open. She elects not to take the three. Sams driving, tipped out of bounds. And really just a discombobulated Union Lady Bulldog team on that defensive possession. Childers will check out, Carpenter back in. We saw her go down in the second quarter with a slight injury. Good to see her back in the contest. West Alabama team not likely to take a lot of threes. They'll get it the hard way as Daniels, she scores with the contact, and Reaches is going to be called for the foul. Her first personal foul. If you could hear through the microphone, Coach Mark Campbell a little bit unpleased with that call, as really that was forced. That was a wild shot. Great defense right there from Reaches.
Yeah,
but
I don't blame him.
And she converts. It's a three-point game, 44-41. Reaches, corner three. Finally gets one to go after missing 8 consecutive three-point baskets. Reaches, getting back to her bread and butter.
And it's good to see her, after missing 8 in a row, still shooting the ball with confidence there. That was a confident look there from Reaches.
Daniels misses the shot. Even trying to get in transition. They're sagging off to Martin, and Reaches throws it away, but not after she's fouled by Tasia Garrett-Hammett. That's going to be her second personal.
Garrett-Hammett, really a physical player down low. Martin definitely will be feeling the effects after this game, no doubt.
Well, and both of these players, they're going to have to be physical. That's just the style of ball that's being played this afternoon, because both players play so hard. It's into Reaches, over to Smith. She drives. Reaches, top of the key. Looking inside to Martin, and they're going to call another foul. And they get Tasia Garrett-Hammett again on the foul. That's her third. Big foul right there, Logan.
That is a big foul. Walker's going to have to play some big minutes here in the absence of Garrett-Hammett, the leading scorer and rebounder on this team. But again, Garrett-Hammett with 2 fouls, you got to play smarter than that. You can't be as physical, because now it's going to leave the ball in the hands really of Walker to play those big minutes.
Reaches, she'll try another three. Left that one short.
Yeah, not a great look there by the Lady Bulldogs. We've had success going down low, and yes, Reaches just did hit a three, but that wasn't really the best look there.
Time to try to get it inside. Field throws it away. Great defense. Good presence of mind right there from Gray. Coach Campbell wants to speed the tempo. Here's Smith. Carpenter. Corner three. Passes it up. Drives. Floater. Long. It's a 6-foot floater. She shot at 7.
And to get a good pass there by Smith. Carpenter had a good look from downtown. Opted to drive the basket. Good help defense there by West Alabama.
Now it's time to get it inside to Walker. Spinning and traveled immensely. How that's not a travel, ladies and gentlemen, I'll never know. Wow. What just happened?
I don't even know. I mean, we'll look with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
This isn't the NBA. What?
I think I've seen it all.
There's having things go your way, and then there's just blatantly catching a break, and West Alabama got both of them. As I believe that's Martin's third personal foul.
It is.
Which should not have been a crazy sequence of events right there.
So now the matchup down low between Walker and Graves should be an interesting matchup to see for sure.
All right, that happened at roughly 5:30 something left in the third quarter. We're going to come back to that if that proves to be a pivotal play. And it will be as Field scores. Should have been Union basketball. Perkins loses control. It's Daniels spinning on Childers, and she scores. It's a 2-point game, ladies and gentlemen, and chaos is breaking out here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium.
You can tell this West Alabama team, they thrive in this chaotic system.
Beard, 3, long.
You can just tell from the body language of both teams. West Alabama playing inspired basketball right now. We'll see if they can take advantage here.
This is a wild game. I don't even know what to think. The Union crowd is very unhappy with really how everything's going. Daniels for the lead. Got it! Janiah Daniels. Get this, Logan. A 22% three-point shooter. Because that makes sense. That makes sense, people.
Two 3-pointers here today. Just unreal. Unreal.
West Alabama leads #1 in the Gulf South Conference Union. Childers, floater, well off the mark. Sams with the basketball.
Union forcing the issue now on the offensive side.
Daniels, why not? She can't get that one to go. And Beard's going to be fouled by Field. That'll be her third personal as well. So the fouls are piling up. We'll take a media timeout because, Lord help us, we need one. 48-47 in favor of West Alabama. Coach Campbell expressing his frustration. We're going to take a 30, but don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back.
On a lawn mowing service, Propane works for you. Propane can go where you go. Tanks easily changed, no spillage, quick transition, clean burn, increased energy efficiency. Propane, the affordable, clean alternative fuel wherever you mow. Find out more about JA's ProGas. Call 422-7500. Propane, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Part of JEA today.
And we're back here at Union University. Logan, this has been a wild start to the third quarter. We have Alexander Bitterling standing by. Alexander, wild third quarter. Coach Campbell is pretty fired up.
The air here, there's a sense of anger and frustration from the Lady Bulldogs bench. Coach Campbell is definitely not thrilled with the way that his girls are playing. He's very upset with the way the girls are playing within the paint, upset with their passing game, and definitely upset with the amount of rebounds and turnovers that the girls have given up. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Alexander. I think a common theme word there. Upset, frustrated. Yeah. However, as bad as things may seem, ladies and gentlemen, it's still a one-point game. And Union, even though they haven't been playing the best, still down one. Some people still in foul trouble. There have been some blatant missed officiating calls, but you know that's just somehow it's just how it falls.
You got to play through that if you're Union. You can't let the officiating get the better of you.
And right now we're about to find out how Union responds. Adversity stacked up against them, and a turnover as it goes right through the hands of Martin. Union gets it back with a steal from Carpenter. Back and forth we go. Perkins. She'll go to the free throw line. Foul's going to be called on LaTangela Walker. That'll be her third. Coach Cram, now he's expressing his frustration as he believes Walker was straight up, but Perkins, she knows what she's doing. Goes straight into the contact, gets to the charity line.
And it's hard not to call that because Jada Perkins going in at 5'5", she gets knocked down to the ground by much bigger 5'11" Walker. that's going to be called a foul most of the time. And it's good to see Perkins back on the court. Had a bit of a scare there in the third quarter, or in the second quarter, excuse me. This is the third quarter currently.
Yep. Perkins at the line, and she knocks both of them down. So now Union with the edge as Beard checks out, Gray checks in. Logan, this has just been a wild game. Really, you know, we've been at this point in most Union women's games, we're, you know, finding unique talking points to talk about. But really, this game's got you on the edge of your seat.
It's definitely the most interesting game Union has played all season. And again, you know, you mentioned the blowout win for Union last month. Again, West Alabama without Garrett Hammett, and she's played a big difference. But the big story here, this West Alabama team stepping up in absence of Garrett Hammett, who is in foul trouble right now with 3.
Definitely role players stepping in. Field, 13. Daniel, she has 11. Dent, she has 10. And really just unsung heroes coming to this ball game as Daniels gets out of the trap. They get it to Sams, swinging around the field all the way around the horn. Almost stolen away. Daniels, she's hit 2 threes, and she rattles in a third. There is no explanation, people. There really isn't. 2-point lead now. Get it inside to Martin. And the call is a blocking foul. And rightfully so, as I believe they got Parrish inside the restricted area. And so Martin's going to go to the line. She's shaking up a little bit. We'll take a look at it one more time as Parrish comes over there to help, but clearly in the restricted area. She was set. Good job right there. Good defense just in that circle.
Yeah, and I don't know, because I'm pretty sure when both players are in the paint, so to speak, I think that rule of the restricted area goes out the window.
Does it now?
Mm-hmm.
Learning something new every day. Well, in that case, Union may have caught a break.
So I remember Coach Campbell earlier this season. A similar play happened. It was pretty obvious that it was going to be a charge call, but in the restricted area, Coach Campbell expressed that same concern, and the referee with the famous response, "You're exactly right."
You're exactly right. We missed it. Janiah Daniels off the mark. Morgan Martin with the rebound. Gray in transition. It's a tie game at 51. Perkins, Wisely, nice look, but it's tipped away. Almost an excellent pass through traffic. That's another turnover right there. The 6th for Union in this game. 7th, excuse me.
Yeah, Union is a team that only averages around 12 turnovers a game. Really does a good job limiting turnovers, having quite a few here in this quarter.
Daniels pump fakes. Can't get the shot to go. She looks to be the go-to person for the Lady Tigers offense. Smith driving. Left it just a bit long. And Dent comes down with the rebound. Union applying pressure all the way up the floor. Yeah. We're right under 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. It's all tied at 51.
And Jada Smith has been cold in this quarter. Really in this game, 4 of 13 from the field, only with 8 points.
Hasn't scored in this quarter. Daniels is going to be fouled. She is looking to create. Nia Daniels has taken it upon herself to take over this basketball game.
Yeah, Daniels, her season high is 16 points. She's had 12 games over 10 points this season. One of those experienced players on this West Alabama team. When somebody like Garrett Hammett goes out, Janiah Daniels has stepped up, especially in the second half.
Daniels goes to the line, looking to take the lead. Here's the first one, and she misses.
West Alabama, if there is one thing that could be the Achilles heel of this team, and really an explanation of why they're only sitting at 11 and 13, 8 and 9 in the conference play, is their free throw shooting. Yes, that was their first missed free throw of the night, but as a team this season, they came in only shooting 58% as a team.
But as we both know, Logan, you throw those numbers out the window in a game like this. Goodness, we've already seen the progress of that one as Daniels, she hits the free throw. West Alabama goes up the lead, and then here is a big move right here. Tasia Garrett-Hammett coming into the game. Mind you, she has 3 personal fouls.
I think if you're Union, you got to find a way to get the ball down low to Martin. Now I believe switching up zone look here is West Alabama, trying to prevent the ball from getting even close to inside.
Childers thought about it. She'll wisely pull it out. Perkins, she drives. Floater off the glass. Contact, no call. Good thought right there from Perkins. And here comes Tasia Garrett-Hammett in transition. She's fouled by Childers. And that's going to put West Alabama at the line. Union's 5th team foul.
Get this.
They'll be in the bonus.
Union opened the first quarter. They were 10 of 21 from the field. Since then, only 7 field goals made out of 29 attempted.
It has been an atrocious offensive afternoon for the Lady Bulldogs in what we didn't think was going to happen simply because of the way they started this game.
And this is a Union team, Alex, that is 18th in all of Division II in field goal percentage.
Yeah.
Shooting 34% as a team.
You usually don't have to worry about offensive efficiency. But tonight, it's a factor. It's a 3-point lead, West Alabama's largest of the game. Inside to Martin. Garrett-Hammett goes straight up, and Martin scores. And just like you predicted, that's how things got to go. It's off of Miracle Gray. Lady Tiger basketball. But with those 3 fouls, Garrett-Hammett not playing as near as aggressively as she usually does. They beat the press. Field with it. She'll slow it up. 50 on the game clock. They get it with Field now. 14 left on the shot clock. Dent driving. She puts it up and gets it to roll in off the back iron.
Wow.
Perkins. Nobody stopped her, and she was going to take exactly what the defense gave her. She gets the easy lay-in.
And that's what Jada Perkins does extremely well.
Field off the mark. Gets it back, though, somehow, and gets it back to Garrett-Hammett. And Coach Graham didn't call for a timeout, but he's going to get one.
Wow.
And you don't really see that very often, ladies and gentlemen. And the officials continue to play a pivotal role in this game. A quick 30-second.
Wait,
and hold up, ladies and gentlemen. I think are they going to wave it off?
Well, I don't think they can wave off a timeout.
So I think they just did. Or no, it's a 30.
This is absolute. I've never seen anything like this
I have
before.
no idea what's going on. I'm not going to lie. What just happened? Let's see if we can get an explanation
Coach,
right here.
I think, and this is, I mean, it's something that happens before. There is a play called 5 out, which referees often confuse for timeout,
Yep.
and I think that's probably what happened here.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, you got to know a play call, and you got to know in an offensive rebounding situation like that, where you give Union a chance to set up their defense now.
Stolen away by Childers, and that's going to wind down a bizarre third quarter. Not much we could say, but that it was crazy. We had missed calls. We had wild shots. Unbelievable transition plays. And it's got us to this point, 56-55 in favor of West Alabama. We're going to take a quick 30-second timeout. We'll be right back with the 4th stanza of play right after this.
Stainless steel with the finest craftsmanship. Swiss made. That's worth like a bunch of hits. My dad doesn't even wear it all the time. He won't even know it's gone. I'll just take it out of his room when he goes to work. If he realizes it, I'll blame it on my little sister. I'll be set for a few days. It's okay. When I can, I'll buy him another one.
The world looks different when you're addicted to opioids. Don't let a prescription become an addiction. To learn more, visit opioidassist.com.
What an afternoon we have here. We welcome you back to E+ TV 6's coverage of Union University basketball. I'm Alex Northcutt. He's Logan Whaley. Logan, 56-55, but we got some other scores, don't we?
That's right. Delta State clinches his spot in the Gulf South Conference Tournament. They beat Valdosta State 70-66 in the battle between the 4th and 5th place teams in the GSC. Huge win for Delta State on the road. Other games around the conference, Alabama Huntsville runs away with another victory over Shorter, 78-45 the final. Alabama Huntsville improves to 10-7 in Gulf South Conference play. They stay put at 6th place. Christian Brothers hosting Montevallo. The last score was 52-50 in favor of Montevallo. Would be a huge win there for Lady Falcons, playing for that 8th seed there. West Florida hosting Mississippi College today. And another game to give you as Lee hosts Auburn Montgomery. That is later tonight in Cleveland.
And there's Logan Whaley, your Gulf South Conference insider. A reminder also, hope you like parties. There's Fiesta Night and Auction brought to you by the Union University Athletics Booster Club. It's going to be Saturday, March 2nd at 6 o'clock p.m. in the Carl Grant Center. Come purchase your ticket for $20 and have a good time supporting the Union Athletics Booster Club. We've got another controversial call. That's going to be on Morgan Martin. That is her 4th personal right out of the gate.
Four fouls, and I mean, that is a game-changing call.
Take a look at it one more time.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Slightly, but very. Coach Campbell doesn't agree, but there was the slight movement that brought her arm down, and she got caught. She got caught. Not many people are going to catch that, but she got caught. And it's 4 fouls. Garrett Hammond at the free throw line. Now it's basically just a contest of who's going to foul out first, Garrett Hammond or Martin.
And if you're Martin, you gotta watch out on the offensive end. You don't want to get that charge call. You know West Alabama knows that she has 4 fouls.
Smith reaches for the tie. Long. Well off the mark. Childers, though, saving the day. Offensive rebound, flips it up and in. Kennedy Childers, time and time again, has made pivotal buckets in this contest.
It really just showing off her athleticism, too. A nice rebound, good ball handles, able to get to the basket with ease there.
Moving it around the perimeter to Parrish. They get it inside. Swinging around to Daniels. She's had the hot hand. She drives. No contest and off the glass. An easy bucket right there. Almost too easy, Logan, for Janiah Daniels.
Yeah, able to drive to the basket with ease. I thought she was going to pass it to the corner. She had a wide open man in the corner, but able to drive to the basket there.
You get it inside to Martin, and we'll see who that foul's called on. They get it on Bria Dent. That'll be her 3rd foul, so Tasia Garrett Hammond survives, as that could have easily gone the other way. Martin at the line. So far this afternoon, she's done a pretty good job. 5 of 6. Here comes 7 and 8. First one's good. Cuts the lead down to 2. Reaches will check out Beard into the game for a little bit of defense. And really Reaches just struggling from outside shooting. We'll take a look at the numbers. And she's gone 3 for 14 from 3 in this game. Something we do not see Tiffany Reaches do.
Yeah, it's really just been, she started off 2 of 3, now 3 of 14. We thought in the first quarter that she could go off for 20 points, but sitting here at 11. But just a tough sign, really.
Garrett Hammond inside. They call it on Childers.
Wow.
And the roller coaster of events just continues as really just 2 players fighting for the ball. Officials really heavy on the whistle this afternoon. That's Childers' 2nd personal. Get it inside to Walker. She's working on Martin. No call. She scores. Honestly, I was expecting just a whistle to be blown just because that's how it goes.
And not a lot you could do there if you are Martin. She did the best she could, but ultimately a good move is Latangela Walker with a nice little arm bar there of Martin.
Walker's going to be called for the foul. And I believe that'll be her first. Smith wide open, and she connects. Big 3 right there from Jada Smith. Can't leave her open, and we've got a tie ball game, Logan, at 62.
Yeah, Smith doesn't take the 3 often, but that was too open of a look not to take. And when you need a big basket, who else do you go to but Jada Smith?
Field, she's wide open. Elects not to take the three. Get it to Daniels. Over to Parrish. Now they look to go inside. They're looking for that mismatch down low. Field for three. She connects.
And Perkins did not recover there on defense. Wide open look there for Dent. Excuse me, that was Field. That's my bad.
Martin, she goes inside. She gets the foul called and the bucket. And now back and forth we go after a very stagnant third quarter. Now it seems like both teams trading buckets. That foul called on Walker. So now Martin, despite the 4 fouls, really coming alive in this fourth quarter. Now it's going to bring into the game Dent as Walker checks out. No, that was Walker's 5th. Was unaware of that. Walker, 5 fouls. She's done. So now really the true post presence lies with Tasia Garrett-Hammett, who's got 3 fouls. Martin ties the game.
But again, key matchup down low as you see Garrett-Hammett and Dent in the game. They can provide a lot of pressure down low, a lot of pressure there on Martin as Union switches to his own.
A game that not many people predicted to be very competitive has been more than that.
Actually, never mind, Union in a man. I think they went zone back man.
Dent drives, left it short, fighting for the rebound, and it goes off of Union. And more disagreement from the Union faithful.
I don't know about that one. I think it could have gone off of Smith, but
I'll be honest, I was at a tough angle.
I was. It's
hard
tough
to see
to tell.
from over here. Garrett-Hammett driving on Martin. She's got 4 fouls. Smith. And they call it on Martin.
How?
Morgan Martin has fouled out of the game with 5 when clearly, we'll see if we can get a replay on that one. We'll take a look at it one more time. You see right here, Martin straight up, still straight up, still straight up. And then Smith is the one that reaches in, Logan.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that could have possibly been a foul on Morgan Martin. As Childers will check in, but that's a huge blow. Huge blow for Union.
Huge blow doesn't even begin to describe this. 7:05 left to go in the fourth quarter, and Union is without arguably their best player right now. 67-65 is your score. And Logie's trying to listen into the conversation between the officials.
I think they were trying to say if the basket counted. I think that was the confusion.
They did. Didn't even go in.
It should be 65-65, and they got the score corrected.
I was wondering where the 2 points were coming from.
Yeah.
Garrett-Hammett misses, and so now Morgan Martin, she finishes her afternoon with 5 fouls, 14 points, 7 boards. So now adversity strikes again for the Lady Bulldogs. They're down by 1, and someone's going to have to step up in the post.
And Union not really used to this small ball lineup. We may see Deja Graves coming down the stretch, and that was a bad pass there by Perkins.
She turns it over. Here comes Dent. You get it to Daniels. Daniels going to set it up. Dent driving on Childers. They kick it outside. It's tipped by Carpenter. It'll stay with the Lady Tigers. And just what a sequence of events, ladies and gentlemen, on that last possession.
Yeah, Union, we'll see what Coach Campbell does here with Deja Graves. She's only played 3 minutes in this game. Of course, still coming back from that knee injury. But I think down the stretch, Coach Campbell's hand may be forced.
Yeah, you have to use her at least sparingly. Inside to Garrett-Hammett. Field, 3 ball. Got it! Elaine Field connects from 3. The Lady Tigers, they're fired up. They've got a 4-point lead in the fourth quarter here at the Fred DeLay. Perkins, inside scores. Jada Perkins, way too clutch, Logan.
Absolutely,
way too clutch.
But first, Elaine Fields, a clutch 3, a new season high for her with 19 points. And Jada Perkins, again, no one stopping ball, takes it right to the basket herself.
Perkins now with 12. It's a 2-point game.
Yeah, this is a West Alabama team that only averages 63 points per game, already topping that.
Dent driving off the glass long. And they're going to call a foul on Elaine Field, and that will be her fourth. So now things get tricky for the Lady Tigers as they start to pile up the fouls. It's their 4th team foul. Next foul, Union's going to be shooting 2 free throws in the bonus. And so Field checks out of the game. An interesting move right there for Coach Cram.
Yeah, they bring in Morgan Sams, who did start this game, but haven't seen a whole lot of her here in the second half. I would look for Union to attack the basket.
Smith reaches, corner 3, in and out. So close, ladies and gentlemen, it's turned over. Perkins. Carpenter, corner 3, and she buries it. Avery Carpenter, right place, right time. What a moment.
That 3 puts this Union crowd on their feet. You don't want to get this Bulldog faithful into it here, Alex.
It's a playoff-like atmosphere here in Jackson, Tennessee. Union finally regains the lead. 70-69, 5:10 left on the score. You can hear the crowd getting into it. Looking to go inside to Tasia Garrett-Hammett. It's not there. They throw it away. Carpenter with a steal. Here comes Perkins. Coach Campbell wants to run. They get it inside to Smith. Contact. Count it!
The momentum has shifted gears. A nice job there by the Lady Bulldog defense, setting up the transition bucket, and that will take us to the media timeout.
72-69, Jada Smith. She'll come back with a free throw. We've got more Union basketball. Don't you go anywhere. We're back on E+ TV 6 in 30 seconds.
Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched, and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics. It bites upsets your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV 6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
He's Logan, I'm Alex. This is Union Basketball. Thank you for tuning in on Channel 6 this beautiful Saturday afternoon. And Logan, despite what people thought, this has been the game to watch this afternoon in the Gulf South Conference.
It really has. West Alabama, a lot to play for, a lot on the line for the Lady Tigers, currently sitting at 7th in the Gulf South Conference. Lady Bulldogs on top at 16-1. They've won 12 in a row. West Alabama has played extremely well here tonight. Really a physical team with Tasia Garrett-Hammett. Morgan Martin fouling out for Union is the key story, but Union getting turnovers on the defensive end, turning them into offense. Jada Smith will shoot one to perhaps make this a 2-possession game.
And just talk about, we mentioned that someone had to step up in the absence of Martin, and Avery Carpenter, what a 3-point bucket a couple of possessions ago before we went into the timeout.
Absolutely. Offensive rebound, second chance opportunity. Union needed a basket. Carpenter, a clutch 3 there in the left corner, and then followed it up with a steal on the other end to set up this 3-point play here.
So it's Smith looking to extend the lead to 4. She does. 73-69. We're just under 5 minutes left to go. We've still got plenty more basketball left to be played. West Alabama almost throws it away. They get it inside, or at least inside the middle of the zone to Garrett-Hammett. Union dropping back into a man. Daniels working on Perkins. She steps back. She'll take a 3. Rattles out, but it's Dent with the offensive board. She drives baseline and is tipped out of bounds. And a foul called? Question mark? It's going to be called on Perkins. Only her first foul. However, Union's 4th team foul. So next foul, West Alabama's going to be in the bonus. As we've previewed and as you've seen, the officials very whistle happy this afternoon. .20 seconds left to go on the shot clock. Almost tipped away. It's going to regain possession in West Alabama's favor.
In Union, seems like West Alabama, they're trying to get the ball inside, but nothing's opening up yet. So you see the matchup down low between Garrett Hammett and Childers, and that's the matchup they want.
They get it inside. She's double teamed, flips it up and in, and one! And the foul's going to be called on Jada Smith, who came over to help and forced the contact. And Union right now just bewildered. And really just an unnecessary foul as Garrett Hammett was fading away from the basket, Logan.
Yeah, you don't need to be overly aggressive in that spot. It was going to be a tough shot regardless, and Lady Bulldogs get lucky there as she misses the free throw.
2-point game. Perkins to set it up against this 3-2 zone. Perkins now driving, kicking to Reaches. She'll dial up a triple well off the mark. Saw that as it left her hand. Saved by Carpenter. Still tipped away and comes away with Perkins. West Alabama, some costly turnovers late in this game.
Yeah, and they had the numbers there in the transition, but Perkins, good job, able to poke her hand in there. Union now with what I believe was their 12th steal.
Reaches again, and she buries it. Can't leave her that wide open. Coach Campbell, he'll call a timeout. 5-point lead for Union, 3:24 left. Union's got the lead. We'll be right back with more Union basketball right after this.
Hello, everybody. Got something I want to tell you. You know, all my good friends at the Tennessee Wildlife Federation have been busier than a raccoon on a creek bank, making sure your wildlife will be around for generations to come. So how about setting a hook into the future of conservation by making a gift to support the Tennessee Wildlife Federation today? There's no place else like Tennessee, and together we can keep it that way.
We're back here at Union University. Sideline reporter Daniel Potts stepping into the game. West Alabama down 5. They need a little bit of momentum right now.
Well, Coach simply said they've got just a few minutes left to give everything they have left in this game. This team has hope, and they're going to give it all that they have down the final stretch.
And it's going to come down to the final minutes, as we really didn't expect it, but what a game this has turned out to be. We thank you for tuning in this afternoon on Channel 6 for Union University basketball coverage. From Alex Northcutty's Logan Whaley, our director Paul Scholze leading the way behind the scenes, as well as Lawson Mann, and who can forget the orchestrator of it all, Steve Beverly leading the way behind the scenes. Stuff you don't see, but very, very important to our broadcast. This has been really a back and forth game of momentum. West Alabama, they hit their run, you know, to start the fourth quarter, midway through the fourth quarter as well. Then Union, they countered that with a run of their own. And so now, out of the timeout, how does West Alabama respond? We're about to find out as we near the 3-minute mark. Field back in the game. She's got 4 fouls. Again, looking to get inside that zone to Garrett Hammett. Field almost loses it. They get the matchup they want. Driving, kicking, Daniels, step back 3, it's tipped. And Perkins comes away with the ball. A great defensive possession right there from Union.
Yeah, a good contest there by Jada Smith. Daniels has the hot hand on this West Alabama team, but again, Smith able to contest that shot well.
Smith, Perkins, a 3, long. Rebound goes to Garrett Hammett. Perkins wisely cuts her off. They get it to Daniels, and they'll look to run. They got some numbers. She'll pull it back out, and they'll set up the offense. It's a 5-point game. West Alabama, if they want to make a little run, now is the time. They get it to Daniels, isolated over on Carpenter. That's exactly what she wants. She drives, spinning. Hard shot, but she gets it to go. Janiah Daniels somehow flips that one up and in off the back rim. It's a 3-point contest. 2 minutes left to go in this game. Still got plenty of basketball left. We'll take another timeout as well. Stay tuned. The finish coming up next.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe. West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Well, we welcome you back to E+ TV6's coverage of Union basketball. When you're the #1 team in the conference, there's a lot of pressure that comes with that. Alexander Bitterling, Union up 3. They need to finish this one out.
Coach Campbell really wants his team to be completely defensive-minded. He said switch to the zone, keep it tight beyond the ball at all times, and don't let any shots get off.
Wise words right there from Coach. Thank you, Alexander, for the insight inside the Union University huddle. Really, it does, boil down to Union. They just have to play very smart defensively, and they'll come out with a win in this one. They're holding the ball right now, winding it down to the shot clock, using as much clock as they can with a 3-point lead. Perkins to Carpenter. To Smith, driving, steps back, mid-range jumper, doesn't roll in. And now Dent in transition.
Yeah, not a bad look there by Smith, just couldn't get it.
And it's turned over. Smith, easy lay-in, got it. And the defensive pressure forces another turnover.
Again, if West Alabama, or if Union pulls away here, you can really look at the turnovers late in the game for West Alabama as the turning point.
5-point game. Daniels with the ball, setting up traffic. Gets it to Garrett Hammond. There's the isolation play they want. Up off the glass, no good. She comes up with the rebound again, puts it up, and a foul. Foul's going to be called on Childers. That'll be her third. As Garrett Hammond goes to the line. Really, she's been all right, I would say, at the line. 5 of 7, 13 total points. Not completely reliable. 1:04 left to go on the game clock. Union leads by 5. A huge pair of free throws right here from the sophomore from LaGrange, Georgia. First one's long.
They really needed that one, Alex.
Garrett Hammond had a couple of free throws not too long ago. She missed both of them. Here he goes again. And she makes it. Coach Campbell wanting a timeout, I believe. They're going to give it to Coach Cram. He'll take a timeout as well. It's a quick 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it right here. Logan, West Alabama down 4. We'll take a look at their side right here. Union's got the ball. When do you start the foul game?
I would start it, 4-point game. I would see if you could get a stop right here, right now. If you can't, then, if Union scores here late in the shot clock, I think that would be probably the biggest dagger at this point. Yeah. But you got to find a way to force a turnover. This is where you play your most aggressive defense, but here you don't necessarily need a foul down by 4. So I think if Union can't score here, West Alabama able to score, 2-point game, then I would start the foul.
We'll see what Coach Campbell dials up. You take a look at the free throw shooting right here. Perkins 4 for 4. Smith is 1 of 1. Martin was 8 of 9. She's out of the game. Childers 1 of 1. Gray 2 of 2. Carpenter 2 of 2. As Union as a whole, 18 of 19 at the line. So really, whoever you decided to hand it to right now, Reach is the only one on the floor that has not attempted a free throw. Everyone else been pretty good. Timeout. And Coach Campbell wants another timeout as well. And it'll be a full timeout, so we'll take a break as well. Quick 30-second. We'll be right back with the final 56 seconds of this contest between West Alabama and Union. We'll be right back after these messages.
I don't know what our family would do without TiVo. It doesn't matter if a show is live, on demand, or even streaming from Netflix. No more juggling remotes, switching inputs, or guessing who has the show or movie we want to watch, because it's all on one box. TiVo has great apps like Plex, which lets us stream home videos and music from our computers and phones. And with kid-friendly apps like Toon Goggles, I feel safe giving the kids a little TV freedom. And I can enjoy mine too.
We're back again. It is a 4-point game, and a game that has really gone down to the wire. Alex Northcutt, Logan Whaley with you on the call, and as really, it's just been an exciting game, Logan. We've seen almost everything.
Yeah, we really have. We've seen threes. We've seen players who don't normally step up for both teams. We've seen bad calls. that have gotten fans.
How
on their feet.
how uncommon is that, though? Really,
it is very true. You're bound to get at least a couple in a game, but
there's some blatant ones, though.
Either way, we have seen it all, and this has been exactly what I know. Most people didn't expect it to be this close, but at the same time, when you're West Alabama and you have a lot to play for, 3 regular season games, and you're not guaranteed a spot in the conference tournament, you're going to get, and especially with Union, top team in the conference, you're going to get everyone's best game every single night.
Definitely. And Union, they've been battle tested. They needed a game in which they needed to be battle tested, and they've got one this afternoon. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Carpenter with it. Over to Perkins. Little isolation play, driving. Contact. And the call, I believe, is a block. That's going to be called on Elaine Field. That will be her 5th foul. And a huge play right there as Field, she'll exit the game. And Perkins will go to the line to shoot 2, a place where she has gone 4 of 4 this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely a foul there. And I guess if you're West Alabama, if you're going to foul, why not foul earlier? But either way, Perkins with a chance to, either way, it's still going to be a 2-possession game, either way you look at it. But I think you reach a territory where West Alabama will call a timeout here if Perkins makes the second one to get the advancement. And I would say that they would probably look to shoot the 3, and where they're 6 of 11 from downtown here today.
Definitely didn't expect that to happen. Gray comes in for Regis for defensive purposes. Perkins again proving very clutch at the free throw line. Hits them both. Coach Cram not taking the timeout. Union going to apply some token pressure. Waste some clock.
Yeah, curious decision to not call a timeout. You get the advancement. And it proves costly.
It backfires as Perkins comes away with a steal. She's fouled. And it's still a 2-possession game, but that might just do it as you just sent Perkins, who's 6 of 6 at the free throw line, back to the charity stripe. Looking to extend this to a 3-possession game.
Yeah, again, I don't know why Coach Cram didn't call a timeout. Yes, he had one left, but at the same time, with the pressure Union had been applying, West Alabama turnover prone, I don't see why you wouldn't take the advancement to save some time.
Make it 7 of 7 at the line, and again, we'll never know the reasoning behind coaching decisions sometimes. As now he calls the timeout. Wondering why that wasn't done the first time. Nonetheless, it's a full timeout. We'll keep it right here as well. 26.7 left on the clock. Union up by 7. So, I mean, you're saying that they're going to look to go for the 3. But out of the timeout specifically, I mean, they've got to get something quick. That's the thing.
Either way, and especially like a basket, you know, regardless of if it's a 2 or 3, it's going to be a 2-possession game regardless. Right. So I think if I'm West Alabama, I'm just looking for a quick bucket down low, try to go Garrett Hammett. Again, she's had the mismatch down low. West Alabama not able to take advantage of it. If you can't get it to Garrett Hammett, you get it to either Daniels or Field. But regardless, again, just 26.7 seconds, still a ton of time left. Although West Alabama is running out of time, you got to get something quick here. You got to get a quick foul. And Perkins just missed her last free throw, so perhaps try to get her back on the line.
Union still with the 81-74 lead, and Union, usually it's their 3rd quarter that's their best. They've shown up late in this 4th quarter, outscoring West Alabama 26-18 in the quarter alone, really improving shooting percentage. And one thing to note too, the last 7 minutes of this game, they've done it without Morgan Martin, who fouled out of the contest.
Yeah, it's really a test here because when Morgan Martin fouled out, I mean, really the air left the building, and you know, it was a close game at that point. But for Union to step up in the absence of Morgan Martin, I think that's probably one of the biggest takeaways you can get, because West Alabama, not a bad team. A team that could have taken advantage, but ultimately they didn't.
We get it to Parker. Her 3 is wide open off the mark. Garrett Hammond with the rebound. She puts it up. So there's some contact off the mark. Childers with the rebound. And she's fouled. And with 13 seconds left to go, that's probably your game, ladies and gentlemen. As Union battle-tested in this one. West Alabama gave the Lady Bulldogs everything they could handle and then some. But that's what separates the best of the best. Is even on nights when you're not shooting the ball well, when one of your top players fouls out of the game, when the other team is really playing well. Union's still finding a way to win games, and that's what's gonna translate come tournament time, and really that's what has to translate.
Yeah, good teams always find a way to win games.
Childers 2 of 2. And Union will wisely just apply some token pressure. They won't foul. Daniels up ahead. Get it to Dent. Her shot off the mark. Dent comes away with it again. She'll flip it up, and she'll score with 3 seconds left to go on the clock. You think Union would just inbound it. Timeout! And Coach Campbell wants a timeout simply to advance the basketball. Well, it's safe to say that this one's in the bag. We'll take a quick 30-second timeout, and we'll be right back with literally the final 2 seconds of this basketball game here on E+ TV6. Stay with us.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, we do have a slight correction, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to treat you to an extra 0.9 seconds of basketball. As instead of 2.2, we've got 3.1, so you're welcome. Well, Union's basically got it in as Coach Campbell just taking some precautionary measures, just wanting to inbound it in a safe spot. 83-76 is your score. Very likely that it's going to be the final score of this one in a game where Union has fought and fought and fought and really just made their run at a key time to end this game. And that will do it. Ladies and gentlemen, your final score, 83-76. Union wins. They improve to 25-1 overall, 16-1 in the Gulf South Conference. They are, without a doubt, your #1 seed going into the conference tournament. What a game right here. Give credit to West Alabama. A phenomenal effort. But Union, they find a way to win on their home floor. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we're going to have an interview with head coach Mark Campbell on our post-game show. Stay with us for more Union University basketball coverage on E+ TV6.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
I'm here with Coach Campbell after Union's hard-fought win. Coach, this is probably the biggest challenge the team has had in some time. What did it take to pull this win out?
Well, first of all, they played a really good game. They had several kids make threes that don't ever make threes. We have one girl she had 2 on the season. She makes 3 tonight. And so it says a whole lot about Rusty's group, how hard they play, which they do. They always play all the way through games. And so we're still struggling defensively, handling the ball tonight at times, but yet at the same time, Morgan goes out and we make a run at the end playing 5 guards, which we don't play very often. So I was proud of the ending.
Speaking on Morgan going out, there was foul trouble early in the game. How did that change your game plan?
Well, anytime Morgan's in foul trouble, it changes our game plan because we have somebody we're going to go inside to all the time. And so obviously that changed tonight, and the adjustments our girls made to be able to play in a way that's kind of different than what we usually do was really good. And it'll be an experience we'll have down the road. But bottom line is we're not anywhere near where we need to be. Maturity-wise, I thought we took a step back a little bit tonight, but again, this team's been resilient all year long, making plays.
And they did make those changes and make those plays, but after a key second quarter from West Alabama, what was the conversation like in the locker room at halftime?
It wasn't pleasant, but I do think that they were talking before I got in there, and I could tell that they were serious and they were focused when I got in. So we've been pretty good about making adjustments at halftime, and really mental adjustments more than physical ones.
With all that said, what does the team have to do going forward based off this performance?
Well, it's the same thing that's been a problem for us the last couple of weeks. We got to defend better.
Thank you so much, Coach. All right. When we come back, Logan and Alex will have stats.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bites upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Sorry. You're all right.
Sorry.
It's okay, Gabe.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Well, we're back. Post-game show. Alex Northcutt, Logan Whaley. We're going to talk a little Union women's basketball here on E+ TV6. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Final score 83-76, and really what really came down to the wire. The score wasn't really extremely indicative of that as Union hit free throws down the stretch, but it was back and forth pretty much all throughout that second half. And Logan, as we take a look, just looking at the first quarter, Union, second quarter, West Alabama, third quarter, West Alabama, fourth quarter, when it counted, went to Union.
It did, and really it was very, I guess, unlikely whenever Morgan Martin went out. You saw a lineup in the second quarter where Morgan Martin was out due to foul trouble, and West Alabama was able to take the edge heading into the locker room, of course only trailing by 2, but all the momentum in the world. Then Union, fourth quarter when it counted most, they needed solid defense to take them. And yes, West Alabama scored 20 points in the fourth quarter, but still, Union got the clutch stops when they needed clutch stops, and then players like Avery Carpenter stepping up, hitting huge threes.
Big time.
Absolutely. Jada Smith as well, playing big minutes. Jada Perkins, and really 5 Lady Bulldogs in double figures tonight. Union definitely needed a performance like that. Battle-tested group right there, and now a huge matchup awaiting them at Leap.
Oh, no doubt. That's one we're definitely going to be looking forward to. This game, really, they faced adversity almost from the opening tip. Whether it was just like Coach Campbell said, some players, hitting threes that don't normally hit threes, just some weird plays here and there, some intriguing and honestly baffling calls from the officials that we saw that just didn't go Union's way. Created a lot of, negativity that Union could have easily just folded, but they kept fighting, That's what the great teams do. And really, I'm a big defensive person, and you take a look at probably the biggest stat of the night. West Alabama, 18 turnovers to Union's 8.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you look there, 18 turnovers there. Union capitalized for 25 points off of those turnovers. And again, Union hitting the clutch free throws as well, going 23 of 25. You hit free throws, you get clutch stops and clutch shots. That's going to win you many games.
Big-time momentum right there for the Lady Bulldogs. A great win for Coach Campbell's club, the 25-1. Still the sixth-ranked team in all of Division II. 83-76 is your final score from here at Union. Well, I hope you're intrigued, keeping along with the Union theme. We've been talking about some alumni. We've been spotlighting a lot of alumni, but how about today we treat you to Mr. Charles Ritchie, the happy organist, if you will. That's going to be our featured piece in between the girls' game and the guys' game, and it's going to be a fun one. You're going to want to stick around and watch. But after he's done doing his thing, we're going to come back and do our thing here as we got Union men's game between Union and West Alabama. Should be an intriguing contest coming up here at 4 o'clock. Well, that's going to do it here for us right here. We're going to sit to Charles Ritchie and the happy organist here on E+ TV6.
You went to Union University in the 70s when it was still downtown. Right. What do you think when you see the campus now?
Oh, it's beautiful. We never imagined a campus being so lovely and so beautiful. Of course, in the 70s, we never imagined Union becoming the institution that it is today. It was a great institution then, and that's one of the reasons why that my wife chose to attend. But just what God's been able to do through the years has been magnificent and been miraculous in a sense. And it's just awesome, and it makes you awestruck just to pull in and just see everything that Union has become.
Now, what are you going to play for us next?
I'm going to play one that I haven't played before. It's from the Gaither series, and it's called Just Over in the Glory Land. But I play it just a little faster than Bill Gaither might like for me to play it. All right.
You're going to be back in Jackson this summer to play at a horse show. Could you tell us briefly about that?
Yes, it's out at the Pewborn Park, and it's a horse show that I've done for quite a few years. It's what I call a one-nighter, and it's usually, I believe it's the last part of July, but or the middle of July. I've played that show for years, and I enjoy the people that I work with out there, and it goes for a good cause in and around the Jackson, Tennessee area. And, of course, my style at horse shows is to compliment the horses. And that's what I do. I play in the background. I'm not there to entertain so much as I am to compliment the horses and make it seem like they're dancing to the music. Sometimes I'll have folks come up to me and they'll say, "Oh, Mr. Ritchie, aren't those horses talented?" And I'll say, "In what way?" And they'll say, "They just dance right along to your music." Well, that's usually not the case. The case is that, and some of them might be able to do that. But what I do is I match their gaits, G-A-I-T. I match their gaits with the rhythm of the organ. And it just complements the show.
So what do you have up next for us?
I'm going to play a song that oftentimes I play at horse shows that is one of my favorites. It's one of the favorites of a church pianist where I served down in South Mississippi years ago. And she loved this song, "He Touched Me."
Awesome.
Now, when you play, you have more energy than most of us. For people who have never played an organ, how hard is it for you to learn to hit the right foot pedals when you play?
Oh, that just comes from doing it. You know, I like to tell people when they ask how long I've been playing, I tell them that I've been playing since I was 8. So I've been playing at least 30 years. And, you know, why'd you laugh? But no, it just comes from repetition. That's the style I learned. The style that I learned with the old Hammond Organ Society was play the melody with the right hand, chords with the left, the bass with your left foot. And, of course, early on, you have to look down and see what you're playing. But as time goes on, well, then you know kind of where they are, and you know what. I've had some that says, well, how can you play with shoes on? Well, I've never really played the organ without shoes on. So I don't know how you would play it without shoes. But I realize we've got a church organist at our church, and she plays with some little house slipper things. And so it's just kind of whatever works for you. And this is a spinet organ, so I only have an octave of pedals. And so I'm really not having to play and feel around with both feet on a 2-octave, register of bass pedals. And so the energy is something that is just me. I just get into it. And sometimes when I check my blood, my pulse rate, whenever I get through, it's like around 130, 135. So it's like I've been on a treadmill there in the gym. So.
And what do you have to play next for us?
Well, I'm going to play one entitled In the Mood. This is a secular number, and it's by Glenn Miller, and it's one that I get a lot of requests for at the horse show. So I hope you'll enjoy it.
Wonderful.
Welcome back into the desk. He's Alex Northcutt. I'm Logan Whaley, and we have a fantastic basketball game on tap for you here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. It's the men's side of the doubleheader between the host Union Bulldogs and the #1 team in the Gulf South Conference, the West Alabama Tigers. Now, Alex, West Alabama, one of the best defensive teams not only in this conference but also in the nation. a very experienced team, returns a lot from last season, and Alex, going to be a very tough team to beat here tonight.
This is just an all-around, the best way I can describe it, a complete unit. They do everything well, like you said. They can score, they can shut down opposing offenses as well. They're very athletic. They like to get after it. You know, you got guys like Fleming, Tolliver, both seniors on this team. They're going to be guys to keep an eye out on. West Alabama, they got a little momentum, if you will. 10 in a row about that. So Union's got their hands full trying to knock off the Tigers tonight.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the West Alabama Tigers. They are coached by Alan Sharp in his 5th season at the helm of West Alabama. He'll send out Lawan Hardy, the 5'11 junior guard out of Mobile, Alabama, the transfer out of Southwestern College. Then you have Josh Fleming, the senior guard, well-experienced guard for this West Alabama team. He will definitely be a player to watch, leading this team in scoring at 13 points per game. Then you have DeAndre Harper, the junior forward out of Douglasville, Georgia. He's coming in averaging 8 points and 6 rebounds a game. Then Tavares Tolliver, a name that might be familiar, and if you're wondering, why does that name sound so familiar? Well, he was a 3-year starter at North Alabama. North Alabama went Division I. Tolliver stayed in Division II, transferring in from North Alabama, averaging just 3 points a game, but coming off of a season-high 10 points in his last game at Christian Brothers. Then you have Ricky Dunaway, the junior forward out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, coming in averaging 10 points and 6.5 rebounds per game. And Alex, as you mentioned, this team coming off of a very, very impressive performance at Christian Brothers, holding one of the top offensive teams in the Gulf South, but also in the country. Very experienced team too, with Joe Larrabee, Adam D-Ball, Brad Miller, among others, holding them to 51 points at Christian Brothers. Very impressive performance, and really just, you look at this team, Alex, and again, their 10-game winning streak started with Union. The last time these two teams met, it was a 62-57 win over Union for West Alabama, a game that was very physical, and you saw really just Union going back and forth with West Alabama. So if you're the Bulldogs, you're going into this game knowing that we had a chance to knock off West Alabama, one of the top teams in the conference, at their place. So perhaps this is a bit of a revenge game tonight.
Yeah, and they have a great opportunity tonight as well. Union coming in, I mean, I know they had that little hiccup at Christian Brothers where they lost a game, but Union rattled off a good amount of wins. They were on a 6-game win streak going into Christian Brothers, and that's on the road, a very tough place to play at. I mean, West Alabama, that's an incredible feat shutting those guys down. But then a big game on Thursday, Montevallo here. You heard Coach Niven in the halftime report say, being at home is everything. It's a place you're familiar. It's comfortable. It's you got the fans supporting you, and Union they played pretty well in this home gym. So I expect this to be a very competitive game. I think it all boils down to how Union starts this game. If they can get out on West Alabama early on, you get a good shot to knock them off.
Union 9-3 here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, and get this. West Alabama and Union, the all-time series. West Alabama has the series edge 7-6, but Union is 6-0 against the Tigers here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And with that, we'll take you to the starting lineup for the Bulldogs, coming off of an 81-66 victory over Montevallo. They've won 6 of their last 7. Coach Niven will send out J.C. Hawkins, the sophomore forward out of Independence, Kentucky, the only Union Bulldog to start every game this season. As we get the graphic up there for the starting lineup, you have Samory Gay, the 6'10 junior forward out of Angers, France. Tarandis Smith, again, coming off of an off game, only had 9 points on 2 of 12 shooting, breaking the streak of 16 straight games in double figures. He'll look to bounce back here tonight, coming in averaging 17.5 points per game. Peyton Stovall and Ty Parks, the freshman dynamic duo for this Union team. Stovall coming in averaging 10.6 per game. Ty Parks, 10.9 points per game and 8 rebounds. And you look at this Union lineup, Alex, Ty Parks perhaps playing his best basketball of the season so far. He's had 5 double-doubles in his last 7 games.
Yeah, the kid has absolutely just come out of nowhere. He's a freshman, not a lot really was expected of him. You knew he was going to come in and, play some spot minutes at the beginning of the season. That's kind of what we expected. But he has absolutely shown up and shown out. 23 points on Thursday, and he's become one of the top players. Like he's a go-to guy, honestly, on the offensive end, and you can see what he does defensively as well. And so it's just been he's been a player that's been very fun to watch. I expect for him to continue his success in a game like this. They're going to need him against one of the top teams in the nation.
Union, one of the top offensive teams in the conferences, coming in, scoring over 80 points in each of their last 5 games. West Alabama, on the other hand, coming in one of the top defensive teams, not only in the conference but in the nation, They lead the Gulf South in opponents' points per game, only allowing 64.5 points per game. That is 8th in all of Division II. And then you look at the opponent field goal percentage, 2nd in the Gulf South as well. So one of the top offensive teams versus one of the top defensive teams in the conference should be a fun matchup. Now, Alex, real quick, Northcutt's necessities for both teams here tonight.
For West Alabama, get out on Union early. Get the pace going, dictate tempo, really determine what you want to do defensively. For Union, balanced scoring is everything. You've seen guys take over. You've seen Taranda Smith. You've seen Ty Parks. But I think as a unit, as a whole, Union really needs to get things going as a team. If multiple guys can get in the scoring column, I think it's going to happen with I think if 4 or more Union Bulldogs can get in double-digit scoring, and then as well, you know, I think if my number right here for assists, I think if Union can have 12 or more assists as a team, they're going to be looking pretty good. Moving the ball, get some balanced scoring around on this offense.
Absolutely. Union only with 6 turnovers in their last game against Montevallo, looking to continue taking care of the basketball. Well, at this time, Josh Simmons will set you up for this big conference matchup between Union and West Alabama.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second half of today's doubleheader between the Tigers of the University of West Alabama and your Union Bulldogs. Let's get right to our starting lineups. First of all, for the visiting Tigers, coached by head coach Alan Sharp. Starting in color, 5'11" junior from Mobile, Alabama, number 1, Lamont Hardy. Head guard, 5'9" senior from New Haven, Connecticut, number 14, Josh Fleming. At 4, the 6'7" junior from Douglasville, Georgia, number 15, Leandre Harper. At guard, the 5'11" senior from Scottsboro, Alabama, number 22, Tavares Oliver. At 4, the 6'8" junior from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, number 23, Ricky Dalloway. And now, for your Union Bulldogs, coached by head coach David Living and assistant coach Easton Mazzoli. Starting guard, 6'6" sophomore from Independence, Kentucky, number 3, J.C. Hawkins. At 4, the 6'10" junior out of English France, number 15, Samori Gay. At guard, 6'4" junior from Denmark, Tennessee, number 21, Taranda Smith. At guard, the 6-foot freshman out of Winfield, Alabama, number 22, Peyton Stovall. And at guard, the 6'4" freshman from Pocahontas, Tennessee, number 33, Ty Parks.
So there you have it, the starting 5 for these two teams. We'll run it down for you one more time. You've got Hawkins, Gay, Smith, Stovall, and Parch for Union. And for West Alabama, it's Hardy, Fleming, Harper, Tolliver, and Dunaway. Again, these two teams among the top teams of the Gulf South Conference. West Alabama coming in at 19-5, 14-3 in conference play. They're number 1 in the conference, 2 games up over Valdosta State. Union coming in still at that number 6 spot. They're tied with Delta State right now for 5th, but Delta State would hold that tiebreaker if the season were to end today. Delta State, a very, very tough matchup here today at Valdosta State. We'll keep an eye on that game as today goes on. Alan Sharp, the head coach for West Alabama, again, taking this team in his first season to 22 wins, the most in program history. He's really starting to build a program here at West Alabama. And Union, again, a young team with a couple of talented freshmen. Should be a good one here at the Fred DeLay Gym as West Alabama and Lawan Hardy controls the tip-off.
We talk about West Alabama's defense. I want to see Union play a complete defensive game right here, and I think it starts on the first couple of possessions.
On the drive is Dunaway, fouled by Gay. And Dunaway will go to the line to shoot 2. So Samari Gay, and already we see LaDonte Hicks-Gentry head to the scorer's table. Gay has really struggled in his past few games, coming off a 4-point, 4-rebound performance against Montevallo. He's only scored 6 points in his last 3. Meanwhile, LaDonte Hicks-Gentry about to check in, 14-5 in 22 minutes of action against Montevallo.
Well, and on that last possession right there, I mean, it was just simple basketball right there. Gay just got beat to the rim by, I mean, no offense to Mr. Dunaway, but really a less athletic player, if you will. Dunaway shouldn't be just easily going right off the dribble and beating Gay to the rack.
Dunaway, 6'8", 230 pounds, 2 of 2 at the line, where he is a 55% free throw shooter. Connects on his first 2 there. Should be an interesting matchup with Hicks-Gentry standing in at 6'7", 240. Now here's Union's first offensive possession. Parks on the drive, spin, the right hook, good.
And the young fella getting going early, and what a way to do so. Get, drive, elevate, and there's no one that does that better than Ty Parks.
So Parks coming off of a career-high 23 points to go along with 12 rebounds against Montevallo his last outing. Picked up double-double, number 6 on the season. Fadeaway three by Fleming. It's pure.
And you're going to see a lot of these seniors with a lot of experience, guys like Fleming and Tolliver. You know, they're not going to light up the stat sheet, but their impact will most definitely be felt.
Fleming coming in shooting 36% from downtown as LaDante Hicks-Gentry gets on the board with a nice hook and finish.
And he's a guy that can come in and really play some spot minutes right here. I think today, this is going to be a very physical game. I'm predicting a very, very physical game between these two teams. None better than to do it than LaDante Hicks-Gentry.
Tavares Tolliver from downtown, and West Alabama 2 of 2 from downtown early on. It'll be the battle of former North Alabama players between Tolliver and Peyton Stovall. That'll be a fun matchup to watch. Trey Smith, got it.
And we've seen this several times in this gym. Back and forth we go. Momentum is everything. And right now, both teams going right back at each other. We'll see who edges the momentum early on in this game. We'll see if anybody can string together a run.
Union was red hot to start the game from 3 against Montevallo. They hit 9 of their first 13. Looking to continue that trend here today.
That was all in the first half.
Fleming counters with a 3 of his own.
3 straight three-point baskets for the Tigers.
Josh Fleming, again, one of the top 3-point shooters on this team. You don't want to leave him open. He will make you pay. Parks on the drive, loses the handle, and gets fouled.
That was looking like a Showtime play right there. Parks driving baseline. When he gets going and elevates, look out.
Had a highlight reel alley-oop slam last game, and really just an entertaining player to watch, and really just growing, developing right before our very eyes. Picks up his dribble here, turnaround jumper. Can't get it to go, but he got fouled by Harper. That'll be 2 on Harper.
And something interesting to note right here, Tarandis Smith coming to the bench limping a little bit. And that's definitely something you don't want to see. Is, you know, one of the go-to offensive players for Union is Smith, and really a motor for this team.
Parks, a 73% free throw shooter, hits the first. Look at our first look at J.C. Clausey, and he'll come in for Tarandis Smith, who's coming up a little bit hobbled here. J.C. Clausey coming off of one of his best performances of the year, 5 threes in 25 minutes against Montevallo. Parks going 2 for 2 at the line. It's a 1-point game.
So far we previewed, you know, last time these two played, it was a very low-scoring defensive battle. Right now it's the offenses that are shining.
Yeah, a very physical game, and these two teams on fire to start the game. Union switching up their defensive look here. Working it around the perimeter. Hardy thought about it. Inside, good dish, but Dunaway can't finish.
Union catching a break right there. A great look inside from Hardy.
Stovall to Hicks-Gentry from downtown. Long. Stovall on the offensive rebound. He gets it to go.
And a lot of coaches wouldn't like that shot coming right off the bounce, but stepping right into that shot, Peyton Stovall from straight away, it's money, baby.
Peyton Stovall, again, really stringing together some nice outings. Over his last 7 games, he's hit 21 threes. Blocked there by Parks. Here comes Union on transition. Stovall feeling it.
Heat check.
A little bit short, but good job by Parks. Able to corral the offensive rebound, and Union will set up their offense.
See, I have no problem with that. You hit a big-time 3 like you did last possession, why not?
Clausey will let it fly, and he buries it.
Here we go.
Big game feel here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium.
Feels like the postseason.
Union, a win here would do them wonders if they want to host a conference game. They've already clinched their spot in the tournament. But hey, you're already in. Why not try to improve your spot by knocking off the #1 team in the conference as Josh Fleming connects on his third three.
Fleming unfazed by being on the road. A little momentum, a nice answer right there for West Alabama.
Parks with it. Hicks Gentry, the pull-up jumper, good. Hicks Gentry is, go ahead.
Big question is, how long is this going to last? I mean, Union, can they keep this up all game? That's my question.
And again, Hicks Gentry, not a guy that extends his range often, but can step out and hit those types of shots. And to answer your question, when Union went on that run there in the first half, nearly forcing a turnover there, 3 by Fleming, good, Josh Fleming from downtown, 4 straight threes. But Union got on a roll against Montevallo, hitting 9 of their first 13. They wound up finishing 14 of 34 from downtown. Stovall, the fadeaway jumper, short.
Wasn't ready for that pass, therefore wasn't ready for the shot.
Trandis Smith and Gay will head to the scores table. Working it around the perimeter. Screen by Dunaway. Hardy gets it inside. This is Tyrus Grayson who just checked in. Fleming pull-up shot, and Josh Fleming turns and looks at the Union faithful, and Fleming red hot to start this game, give him 14.
Somebody guard this kid. I mean, hand in the face, I mean, no.
That counter by Parks, no good. Kick ball, and it'll
Hicks
go.
Gentry with a little soccer right there.
A little bit of a different sport here, and that'll take us to our first media timeout. Union with some mass substitutions. We'll tell you about them after we come back. Back and forth start for these two teams. Should be a fun night of basketball here on E+ TV6.
This changes everything. TiVo is here. Search and control your cable channels and streaming video apps with one remote. Record 6 shows at once and build a library of favorites with one pass recording. Then watch on any TV in your home or browse and view on Wi-Fi devices with the free View It app. Call E+ Broadband to add TiVo and ask about our new packages.
Back here on E+ TV6, he's Alex Northcutt, I'm Logan Whaley, and what a start to this game. 18-17 is your score, West Alabama with the advantage. And really, Alex, it's been a one-man show for West Alabama and for Union, really spreading the love.
Yeah, it's been the Josh Fleming show for West Alabama, and Peyton Stovall's got a front row seat. I mean, tell you, outside, inside, mid-range jumper, he's got it to go. And then for Union, you know, I really like what they're doing offensively. They're finding the open man, and it's not. They're not trying to force anything. A lot of their offense is coming natural, whether it be in transition or in the half-court game, moving the basketball around. And so, but my big question is, how long can they keep this up? They can keep it up for a while. It's going to be an entertaining first half.
Taking you around the Gulf South Conference, Valdosta State hosting Delta State in what should be a very interesting matchup there between the #2 team and the #5 team in the Gulf South. Valdosta up by 12 in the second half, 62-50. Christian Brothers running away with it against Montevallo. They were up by 22 at the half and lead 60-36 currently.
Ouch.
Alabama Huntsville up over Shorter. They're going to pull away with a victory, up 84-67 with 30 seconds to play in the second half. Alabama Huntsville, another one of those teams already in the tournament. Missed shot there by Charles Tripp, who just checked in the game.
With a shooter like Fleming, I'm a little interested as to why Union going with the zone. We'll see how it pans out.
Stovall with it. And you're going to have to get a shot up quickly here. Smith will pull up from way downtown. Missed it long.
Yeah, that was definitely forced. I think the original intent was to try to get Gay a good look. Here he is again.
Fleming with a heat check. 17 points in the first 8 minutes of this game for Josh Fleming.
He has not missed. 6 of 6, 5 of 5 from downtown.
Union going to have to find an answer for Fleming. Florent just checked in the game. Spin, tough shot. Can't get it, but he'll head to the line.
That's a nice take from a guy like Florent, who, again, another role player on this Union team, but when he wants to, can break out for a good 15, 20 points. And he's going to be needed in this one as well, specifically on the boards.
The last time these two teams met, Florent, again, back earlier in the season, was really fighting for playing time. Was able to put up a solid outing in limited minutes, 6 points and 6 rebounds. Had a season-high 15 points in the last game in January against West Georgia. So again, a guy that we saw a lot of it last year, just flashes of potential as Florent, a 59% free throw shooter, goes 0 for 2 at the line. Again, we saw flashes of potential from Florent last season. He has a burst of athleticism and it can be explosive when need be, but we just haven't seen it a ton this season. Jake Jobling just checked in the game for West Alabama. Trip, tough shot. Couldn't get the bounce. Approaching our next media timeout here, Union trailing by 4. Smith loses the handle. Here's Lawan Hardy on the break. Lays it up, missed it.
Union very fortunate. Good job from Tarandis Smith. Could have gave up on the play. Chased him down, heard the footsteps.
Now Union looking to counter Parks against Fleming. This is a matchup they want. They give it to Gay from downtown, missed it.
And ideally, that's not what you want. If I'm Parks, you got the smaller defender on you. Just rise up, jump over the guy.
And Parks, as we all know, all-world vertical leap. I mean, definitely could have easily gotten the bucket. I think he sensed the defense crashing in around him, decided to kick it out to Gay for a 3. Hardy thought about it. Grayson with it, guarded by Florent. Almost a steal there. Hardy to Jobling from downtown. Oh, can't get it. And it's a shot clock violation. Good defensive possession there by the Bulldogs. That'll take us to our next media timeout. First 4 minutes featured back and forth offense. The next 4 minutes, not a whole lot to write home about. Going now to our next media timeout, it's West Alabama up by 4.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles, portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers, the fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500. The alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
Back here on E+ TV 6, Union trailing by 4 to West Alabama. As you see a look at Bulldog huddle, and Alex, West Alabama starting to settle in defensively, but Union also able to settle in defensively too.
Yeah, the pace of the game really slowed down. Like you said, right before we went into the break, Union a great defensive possession, forcing West Alabama all the way down to the end of the shot clock, and I think they're going to need a little bit more of that. And I think, finally, it took them a while, but they finally realized that, hey, we should probably guard Josh Fleming a little bit and deny him the basketball.
Yeah, scoring update. Josh Fleming is tied with Union at 17 apiece. 6 of 6 from the field, 5 of 5 from downtown. Again, Josh Fleming, a guy that his season high is 23 points. He's already well on his way there. His last game against Union also had 17 points. Coming off of a 13-point performance at Christian Brothers, a leading scorer on this team at 13 points a game, already surpassing that total. It's Union ball here. They'll call a foul on Dunaway. And for Dunaway, that will be his first.
Haven't seen many touches inside for Gay. And he's a player that also, when he wants to, can break out and have a strong performance. And I think really, obviously, everyone's going to have to play well for Union to win this game. But Union has been lacking an inside presence for quite a while this season. And so they need someone to step up and really dominate the paint today.
Typically, the only two post players are Gay and Hicks Gentry, and Gay's really been struggling lately. Hicks Gentry playing better inside to Florent. No good. Stripped, stolen. Hardy on the break against Stovall. He'll take it to the hole, switches hands. Florent with a rebound. And that one punched in the 4th row. It'll stay with Union. And oh, coach got knocked over there. Everyone appears to be.
Guess who?
Josh Fleming.
Goodness. Take a look at it one more time. Just out of nowhere.
Good form tackle there.
Yeah. As a coach, you hate to love to see that. Coach Sharps could take a seat.
Yeah.
You know, catch,
yeah.
catch a breather real quick.
Probably got up saying, good hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Get back on defense. Hawkins from downtown. Got it.
There we go. Another Bulldog in the scoring column. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Union players that have scored compared to West Alabama's 3.
J.C. Hawkins, his first 3 of the afternoon. Makes this a 1-point game. Dunaway against Gay. And it'll be a charge. And that's an underrated aspect of Sam Marie Gay's game. Able to take a charge if need be. He's also a pretty good shot blocker too. Able to draw a charge there.
Yeah, defensively there's no lapse when it comes to Sam Marie Gay. You're going to get exactly what you paid for with Sam Marie Gay. And now it's just, can his hustle, can his play translate to the offensive end? That's what I want to see today.
Smith on the drive. Parks for 3. Got it.
Not bad for Union. Already 5 of 10 from outside.
Parks continuing right where he left off from Thursday night. Fleming on the drive. Nice step back, didn't take the shot. Tip stolen, and here comes Tarandis Smith. The rim rattler, and Union up by 4.
That's right, Rand. Give them something to talk about. Defense to offense. Way to make it happen.
Hardy. That'll bring the Union fans alive here. Chance of defense, 8 to shoot. Fleming rises.
You've got to be kidding me.
With a 3 of his own.
Are you serious?
20 points for Josh Fleming. And
who is this guy?
A senior. His career high is 28 points against Delta State. That came last season for West Alabama. Fleming, I think you need to bring out the fire extinguisher for his right hand.
Oh, and more.
Turnover.
If I'm Coach Sharp, I don't take this kid out of the game.
Tavares Tolliver about to check in for West Alabama. 7 of 7, 6 of 6 from downtown. I mean, it's unreal numbers. And again, Thursday night we saw a game high, or tied for a game high in the Gulf South Conference with Mark Quill Smith in West Georgia. Smith put up 48 over Auburn Montgomery. If we're not careful, Fleming could do the same thing here tonight. Floater by Hardy, no good. It's a shot clock violation for West Alabama. With the exception of Fleming, really struggling offensively.
Yeah, it really has been all Josh Fleming, and it's that simple. You've got to stop one guy. That's it.
Union up by 1 as we approach the under 8 media timeout. 25-24 is your score here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium.
Here's the best buy you can get for free. 54 unique and beautiful Tennessee state parks. You can hike and swim, fish and go boating, golf and camp out. Even enjoy our inns and cabins. And admission is always free year-round in your 54 Tennessee state parks. Go to TennesseeStateParks.com for fun and adventure, naturally.
Back here on E+ TV6, it's the Josh Fleming Show. Fleming with 20 of West Alabama's 24 points, but it's the Bulldogs up by 1, 25-24. We have a sideline report from Alexander Bitterling.
Well, Coach Sharp definitely read his scouting report because he wants his guys out there gunning for Ty Parks. He says he's the man to watch in this game and that they really need to watch him, make sure that he's not open, and make sure they get on his shots.
Thank you, Alexander. Ty Parks leading the way for Union with 7 points, but he's not alone in the scoring.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly what I talked about in the pregame is Union when they create a balanced unit, when they're scoring the ball, when they're sharing the love to everybody, they're a tough team to beat. And it's proven. You see it's basically the opposite effect on the other end. You've got Fleming with 20 points of his team's 24, and then you've got Union. They're winning the game, and it's coming from everywhere. So you can't just key in on one guy for Union, and I think that's a positive thing to look at.
Inside to Gay, turns it over. Hey, look at this West Alabama win streak that they're on. It started with a 62-57 victory at home against Union back in January, and since then, pretty much close games with the exception of last game against Christian Brothers and, again, a win over West Florida back in January. But a 1-point win against Alabama Huntsville, 2-point win at Lee, 5-point win against Montevallo, 2-point win at West Florida again, 2-point win at Montevallo. So, again, this team, they're used to being in these close games, and that could pay dividends down the stretch.
They're experienced. They're led by seniors. They've basically seen everything at this point.
Tolliver with a basket at the last second there. Good find by West Alabama.
That's what you hate to see. A good solid defensive possession, bailed out at the last second by a layup.
Trandis Smith on the drive, gets blocked. But Gay on the putback, no good. And Smith with a frustration foul. You don't want to see those types of fouls there.
Yeah, I'm not one to make coaching decisions, but Sam Regay's got to come out of the game. He's just struggling. He's hurting himself. He's hurting the team. He's just I don't know if he's there mentally today.
Gay and Stovall check out. Clausey and Hicks Gentry check in. So this is Hardy, guarded by Smith. Inside, Hicks Gentry against Tripp. No call as Tripp with a basket.
And you see West Alabama, they're trying to run Josh Fleming off baseline screens. Expect Parks to be on that guy the entire afternoon.
Hicks Gentry will fire from downtown and ties this game.
Somebody's been working on his jump shot.
Hicks Gentry came in only 9 of 25 from 3 on the season. Gets the first of 2 to go.
Well, he's either been working on his jump shot or his confidence because he just let that one fly, no hesitation. Maybe both.
Hardy with 10 to shoot. Doesn't use the screen. Fleming finally misses. He is human after all. It'll be Union ball.
Tough shot right there. Good defense, staying with him, forcing him to fall away from the basket.
Fleming now 7 of 8 from the field. Smith. Parks open, can't get it. And the foul on Hicks Gentry. That'll be his first. And Hicks Gentry does not agree with that call. It's the team's third, which is the good news. And only Hicks Gentry's first.
A little different than the women's contest. Fouling not really seeming to be an issue in this one. The game's got a good pace, a good flow. No one's really seemed to be in foul trouble.
They're trying to get it inside the Tripp. Tolliver eventually gets it in. Tripp travels. In Union, they're playing solid defensively here early on. Yes, Fleming does have 20 points, but with the exception of Fleming, the rest of this Tiger team has struggled.
Did a good job of staying in front, good job help defense, communicating well. That's been a big key. Union is doing a good job of communicating through ball screens.
Smith can't get the friendly roll, and it will be Grayson and the Tigers taking it the other way. Hardy got it. Lawan Hardy, his first 3 points of the game. He's coming in averaging just under 13 a game for this Tiger team. Parks, left hand, no good. Rebound goes to Tripp.
Very fortunate not to be called for an over-the-back call right there.
I think Parks was trying to go up for a putback slam as Fleming opened from the top of the key, short. Smith. Parks again from 3, short.
Yep, left that one short, didn't get enough legs into it. He used him up on the last possession.
So both teams cold from the field here recently. Union only one of their last 7 from the field. Meanwhile, West Alabama 8 of 9 from downtown, looking to make it 9 of 10 as Hardy misses.
Both teams really settling for 3-point opportunities right now, not trying to take it to the cup.
J.C. Hawkins with a smooth drive and finish.
That's exactly what they needed, just a strong move, get to the glass, you know, make a play. Don't settle. This is not a game where you want to settle. West Alabama will make you pay for possessions where you settle.
1-point game here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Tripp against Hicks Gentry. Pull up Jay, he was undercut by Smith.
Yep.
And I'll send him to the line to shoot 2.
That's unfortunate because Hicks Gentry, I mean, that's the shot you want as a post defender, a shot falling away from the basket.
Yeah, you got to give him an opportunity to land, and Smith did not. That'll be his second. Stovall will check back in as we head to our final media timeout of the first half. Back and forth affair here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. It's a 1-point game.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched, and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bites upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Back here on E+ TV6, it's the nightcap of our doubleheader between the Union Bulldogs and the West Alabama Tigers. And around Union Athletics, Union Baseball in action against Bellarmine, number 10 team in Division II, and also around Union Athletics, the Booster Club will present the Fiesta Night and Auction coming up Saturday, March the 2nd, 6 o'clock at the Carl Grant Event Center. Tickets can be bought today for only $20. You got food, you got a silent auction, you got a live auction, you got music by Mike McCutcheon.
Tell them what they can win, Logan.
You can win many, many great things. You got Titans tickets, you got sports memorabilia, you got Black & Decker tools, and so much more. And not only that,
if you call now,
you could get a week at the Playa Grande Resort and Spa in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico.
Wow, sounds like a fiesta I want to be a part of.
Absolutely. And Alex, how was my Spanish there? Was it okay?
It was perfect.
Perfect?
Honest.
Oof. It's always a concern for me.
Muy bien, amigo.
Gracias.
There we go.
Tripp 1 of 2 at the charity stripe, or excuse me, 1 of 1. His 2nd of 2. Hey, I was right. One time where the announcer actually foreshadows something.
There you go.
I'm not Tony Romo, but I mean, I guess.
Man, what a blessing to the broadcasting world. That's another conversation.
Absolutely.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
What a guy. Wow, it's been incredible.
Well, I had my Romo moment. And the Bulldogs hoping to at least tie this game, trailing by 2. Parks tipped out of bounds. Good reflexes there by the Union cheerleader. 3 seconds, Union going to have to get a shot up quickly.
Yeah, we'll see if they look to get a quick tip in or try to screen someone to the corner for a quick 3.
Get it to Hicks Gentry. No good.
Not a bad look.
Hicks Gentry got a pretty decent look there, just couldn't get it to go. Under 2 to play. Here's West Alabama. Hardy open for 3, long. Now here's Union. Stovall in the far corner. Clausey thought about it.
And both teams going down into the shot clock, really using a lot of their possessions.
Hicks Gentry muscles his way to the basket.
The grown man move right there, Hicks Gentry. He's had a pretty decent first half. He's leading Union with 9.
9 points for the Bulldogs. Hicks Gentry continuing his impressive string of performances. Tie game here in the first half. Tolliver stops, pops, drains it. And Coach Sharp nearly at half court wanting a timeout, and he'll get it. His Tigers up by 2 here at the Fred DeLay Gym. We'll take a timeout with West Alabama here on E+ TV6.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And at the conclusion of this game, you can watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10, only on E+ TV6. At this time, we got a report from our sideline reporter, Daniel Potts.
Well, it's been a close game thus far, and Union is holding their own against the top team in the conference. Coach said that he's got faith in them, and they should be playing one-on-one right now and being courageous in that, and told them to work the post as they finish this half.
There's Daniel Potts in the West Alabama huddle. And again, West Alabama not playing bad. But honestly, if you take Fleming out of the equation, it's pretty much been all Union. Fleming with 20 of the team's 34, although he has been quiet recently. Step back 3 from Stovall, no good. Should be Union with the last possession here. The Tigers will probably opt to take one shot, but Union can probably quickly get down the court on a make or a miss here. 4 seconds separate the shot and game clock. Fleming. And that's going to be a foul on Josh Fleming. Ran full steam into a Bulldog defender, and it's going to be Union ball with a chance to tie or take the lead before both teams head into the locker room.
And that was quite a best-case scenario moment. As you know, you thought Union would get at least a possession with maybe 3 to 4 seconds now. Last shot with 10 seconds on the clock.
2 fouls for Fleming. As you see Smith on the drive. Tough shot, no good, but he'll head to the line to shoot 2.
Man, you wanted that one to drop. That would have been some great momentum headed into the locker room.
Instead, Smith will head to the line for the first time here tonight. He is an 84% free throw shooter. First one is good. Tevin Florent will check in, and West Alabama will counter with Jobling.
And I'll say I'm not very surprised with the way this first half went. You know, going in the locker room, I felt that this was going to be a very, very evenly matched game. Very, very similar to the women's game. It's really anybody's contest to start the second half.
Smith 2 of 2. Coach Niven will counter with a substitution and give Union a chance to set up their defense. Smith checks out. Fleming to inbound. Hardy. Half-court shot. No good, and that will be the end of the first half, as both teams will head into the locker room tied at 34, and what a first half it was really for both sides. Josh Fleming, red hot, was 7 of 9 in the first half, 6 of 7 for downtown. He leads all scorers with 20 points. For Union, LaDante Hicks-Gentry with some clutch minutes off the bench, leading the way for the Bulldogs with 9. Parks and Smith have 7 to counter. Alex, really, you mentioned it, this was exactly what everyone expected here. Tie game going into the locker room, very tight. Really, Alex, just the first half really is anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, and I'll say this, I really think it's Union's to lose, really. I don't think they should change anything. I mean, obviously, you had the play of Josh Fleming, but I think when it boils down to West Alabama, they're obviously the ones that are going to have to make some adjustments, because Fleming's not going to come out and he's not going to bust out for 20 points in the first 5 minutes again. So where's your offense going to come from? It's going to be up to Coach Sharp and the Tigers to figure out what changes do they need to make to stay in this game. For Union, just keep doing what you're doing. You're playing well defensively. You're spreading the ball around. Multiple people have gotten in the score column, and it just boils down to who's going to make the play coming down the last 5 minutes.
West Alabama was 8 of 11 from 3 in that first half. 8 of 11 from 3. It shot 57% from the field, and yet Union hitting 6 threes of their own, and they were 44%. We'll give you the full halftime stats after this, but first, we're going to spotlight one of Union's professors who we've had on West Tennessee Today and Jackson 24/7 many times. One of our favorites, and once you meet her, she'll be one of your favorites too. Here's a look at Dr. Joanne Stevenson after these commercial messages.
Ladies and gentlemen, the woman with all the answers, or if she doesn't have them, she'll ask her husband Lloyd. From the UBS Broadcast Center, Dr. Joanne.
There's all this pressure, you know? And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me, and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there...
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing...
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
No, see, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See, you're
out.
not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just... Sometimes it's like there's this achy... I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Oh, come on. Ow. If you would just...
Don't...
Try to see things my way.
What you just saw is a rather bizarre way of showing how men and women communicate in a marriage, or should we say how they don't communicate. Our own Dr. Joanne is back as we start year 8 of Jackson 24/7. She'll explain to us why it's not in the nail. Thank you so much for being with us.
I love it. That is the
It
best
is really good.
comic illustration of a very serious issue. Communication, men and women. Dr. John Gray, with the Mars-Venus books, Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus, started telling us way back how different we are and how differently we communicate and think.
Now, how does this video illustrate the mistakes couples make in trying to communicate?
Well, it's because we see things from our own perspective and don't see the other person's perspective. And God made us different for a reason. When two people get married, they become one. What does that mean psychologically? They complement each other. We're not polar opposites. We complement. And so men, problem solvers. They go out and they kill the elk for the tribe. Women, nurturers. Does that mean men can't nurture? No. Does it mean women can't get a pizza? No. But it's how do we look at things? And it's not about the nail to the woman. She needs him to say, oh, that was, remember? He said, oh, that must be very hard. And she said, thank you.
Now, if the man is more factory-oriented and the woman is more emotional, how do they meet in the middle?
By understanding each other's needs. That's why everyone needs to read and watch the videos. They're on YouTube. Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. How can you give the other person what they need? And that's what it's all about. He needed to finally see, oh, she needs me to acknowledge her feelings. She needs me to validate her feelings. And then she needs to see, oh, get the nail out of my head. It is about the nail. Women can be problem solvers. When she finally gets enough empathy, she will either go to the doctor or pull the nail out. But she needs the empathy first. Men need, get that nail out, now we'll talk about it. I don't have to think about the nail in your head anymore. And it's just that difference that complements each other. You want empathy, go to a woman. You want a problem solved, go to a man. Go to both of them and you'll get both of them done.
Now, if a couple has been married for 5 or more years, what are some of the warning signs? in not being able to communicate?
It becomes real obvious, you know, because she's telling him the same thing over and over and over, and you never listen. He kept hearing her, you never hear me, you never listen. He does, but he doesn't know how to react to you the way you need it. And he's thinking, what the heck is the matter with you? There's a nail in your head. You know, and that's what goes on in marriages, where they're bickering. You know, what's the difference between bickering and fighting? Fighting gets kind of nasty. Bickering can lead up to that. Bicker, 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 we're not listening. We're not providing the needs of the other person. And so that sniping's going on a lot. And that's a real bad symptom that we need to fix things.
Now, what are some good, useful tools for married couples to be able to communicate better?
Oh, yes. Reflective thinking is one of the best. Reflecting what the other person is saying. I think what you're saying is, like he could say, you know, I think what you're saying is how you feel is more important than the nail itself. Yes. Now they can communicate. She needs to say, I think what you're saying is get this silly nail out of my head and maybe we could talk and you could hug me and I'll feel better. Yes. I think what you're saying is, and repeat what they said. And I think what you mean is, and and he could, no, that's not what I mean at all. Then he could explain, or she could explain. So that reflective thinking, and by not placing blame, you know, instead of saying, you never listen, she could have said, I feel so disrespected when I think you're not listening to me. Oh, you know, he could be very enlightened and realize, no, I respect you tremendously. You know, we misinterpret each other because all we have is what we see, and what you see isn't always what you get.
Now, if there is a husband that looks at his wife tonight and sees a nail in her forehead, how should he react?
Exactly the way we've been talking about. Honey, did you know you have a nail in your head? Yes, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that must be all, you know. Maybe she didn't know she had a nail in her head. Take care of that first. But then what do we need to hear? Oh, and we all need that. But we also need to solve the problem and get the nail
Okay, I'm sorry, we're out of time. But thank you so much for being with us.
Is there a nail in my head?
We have some more nights of near record cold temperatures on the way. Jay Bishop will have a final look at the forecast right after these messages.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Hello, everybody. Got something I want to tell you. You know, all my good friends at the Tennessee Wildlife Federation have been busier than a raccoon on a creek bank, making sure your wildlife will be around for generations to come. So how about setting a hook into the future of conservation by making a gift to support the Tennessee Wildlife Federation today? There's no place else like Tennessee, and together we can keep it that way.
You wouldn't do that. So why do you do this? Distracted driving kills an average of 9 people and injures over 1,000 every day in America. Put down your phone. Lives depend on it. Don't drive intoxicated. Don't drive intoxicated. A sobering message from AAA.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39. Back here on E+ TV6, what a first half we just saw between West Alabama and Union. He's Alex Northcutt. I'm Logan Whaley. We have a tie game here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, all knotted up at 34, and really just a tale of two different teams, Alex, with West Alabama really one player doing it all. For Union, balanced scoring across the board.
Yeah, if you would have broken that half up into quarters, it would have been, Josh Fleming and West Alabama dominated that first quarter, and then the second quarter, really Union settled down and came into their own as well. But really just, the pace, the flow of this game started at a unbelievable level, but then really slowed down. And so, honestly, I'm not really surprised with how the first half went. I figured, Union playing the way they've been playing the last couple of weeks on their home floor, motivated by trying to knock off the top team in the conference, trying to just go 1-0 tonight. I think that this is a great opportunity for Union to really showcase and really let the conference know, hey, we're ready to play. And West Alabama on the other end, they're the top team. They've won 10 in a row. You can see why. They've got playmakers all over the floor. So I expected this one to be close at halftime. We sit tied, and I think the start of this second half is going to be indicative of how this game's going to go.
Well, and with that, we'll take a look at the at-the-half stats here. And again, you'll notice the hot shooting percentages for both sides, and 73% from three is West Alabama, 8 of 11. They're 12 of 21 overall from the floor. Union, 6 of 14 from downtown for 43%, 12 of 27 overall for 44%. You see free throws not really playing a big factor here early on. Union 4 of 6, West Alabama 2 of 4. Union winning the rebounding battle 13-11, which again, early on, that's a big sign as West Alabama, a team that typically out-rebounds teams by at least 4 rebounds in any given game, and you see the turnovers there. Union taking care of the basketball with only 3 turnovers, and they've capitalized off of the Tigers' mistakes, 7 turnovers and 10 points off of those turnovers. So early on, Alex, really you look at this game, West Alabama, they've been prone to making some mistakes, and again, one of the top defenses in the Gulf South Conference in West Alabama, only forcing this Union offense to 3 turnovers.
Which is what I think is extremely pivotal in this game, a top-tier defense like the Tigers. And Union's done a phenomenal job taking care of the basketball. A couple of turnovers that they have had have just been uncharacteristic, just silly mistakes. It hasn't really been because West Alabama's forced them into those situations. They've shot themselves in their own foot, if you will. So Union, they've done a good job taking care of the basketball. Credit Peyton Stovall, credit Taranda Smith, Ty Parks, all these guards coming in and really handling the pressure very, very well. I think another thing, too, to notice, it's a small stat, but, I think it's pretty important. Second chance points. Union with 6, West Alabama with 0. So a lot of one-and-done opportunities. Union doing a good job of cleaning up the glass, like you mentioned. And I think if they can continue to do that, only allow the Tigers to just one-shot opportunity possessions, it's going to be a good night for Union.
Absolutely. No second chance points for West Alabama, partially because they don't even have an offensive rebound to their name. And that could be something that plays huge down the stretch. Again, West Alabama, typically a very good rebounding team, getting out-rebounded by Union 13-11 in that first half of play. So looking ahead to the second half now, what does West Alabama need to do to perhaps continue their winning streak to 11?
Well, they've definitely got to distribute the basketball. I don't know how more clear of a statement that is. Fleming with more than half of their points in the first half. They've got to get other people going. They started with Tripp down low in the post. He had a decent back end of the first half. I think continue to get him touches as well, but you've got to find other outlets to score. Tolliver getting to the rack is a good option as well for Union. Like I said before we went to the break, just continue to do what you're doing. And I don't think there needs to be too many adjustments made on Coach Niven's end.
There you have it, all tied up at 34 here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Scores around the Gulf South Conference. Valdosta State making easy work out of Delta State. Final score 90-74. Bo Justice, one of the top players in the Gulf South Conference, leading all scorers with 27 points. Also dished 8 assists. With that, Valdosta State remains in second place. They improved to 13-4, just 1 game behind this West Alabama team. Delta State falls to 11-7. If Union could pick up a win, they will move up to 5th place in the Gulf South Conference. And Alabama Huntsville improving to 11-5 in Gulf South Conference play. So actually, I believe Union would move up to 4th with a win here today, because Alabama Huntsville coming in at 10-5. Union with a win would go to 12-6. So I don't know, maybe a tie there.
Seems like a lot at stake, and let's just put it this way. Union just needs to get the job done today and see where the chips fall.
So either way, Alabama-Huntsville, if it were a tie, Union would hold the tiebreaker. Bad pass there by Stovall. Turnover, and nearly another turnover. It is.
That's got to be a bounce pass. I really don't know what Stovall was thinking on that possession right there to start the half, as, you know, Gay was wide open. That's just a little slip touch pass right there off the ground, and Gay dunks that home.
Gay from the top of the key. Missed it. Hardy with a rebound. And Stovall hasn't really played his best game here so far tonight, but again, he's had some clutch shots in the past. Has scored over 10 points in each of his last 7, so he'll look to get going here in the second half.
We all know how pivotal the first 3 to 4 minutes of a half are. Really establish some momentum. We'll see where it comes from.
Josh Fleming can't get his first 3 to go in the second half, but offensive rebound, the first of the game from West Alabama. It's DeAndre Harper securing that one. Again, DeAndre Harper silent so far in this game, coming off a 13-point performance against Christian Brothers.
West Alabama, a very Virginia-esque team. Like to wind it down all the way in the shot clock and force others to do the same.
Harper with another offensive rebound. And again, not a great sign for Union. Typically, you give a team like West Alabama chances, second chances, third chances, they will take advantage. We'll see if they do here. Smith, good hustle, but it will stay with West Alabama.
Well, and also it just, you know, kind of like in football, it's keeping your defense out there for a while. This is a very long defensive possession, and West Alabama taking advantage, really making Union work on this side of the floor.
So again, third opportunity, again, late in the shot clock. Fleming on the drive. Tough shot, no good. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
And almost every single time, West Alabama, I think, really intentionally getting the ball down to less than 8 seconds in the shot clock before they try to make a move.
So Fleming will head to the line for the first time tonight. Fleming 34 of 60 on the season, 57%. Hits the first.
And that's a dangerous sign. He's, you know, coming out and missed his first couple of shots, but now he's seen one go through the net. And as a shooter with 21 points in the contest, that's all you need sometimes.
2 of 2 at the line as Fleming. It'll be Union ball. The foul there went to Hawkins, his first. Only Bulldog really in foul trouble is Taranda Smith. He's out there with 2. Gay down low. Takes a shot. Good.
Very, very patient move right there from Samory Gay. Honestly, I didn't even think he was going to look to attack.
And for a second there, whenever the lane cleared out, I thought he was going to make a move, but instead opted for the baseline J. And for Samory Gay, his first 2 points of the contest. Harper, right. Gay with a blocking foul called there against, I believe that was DeAndre Harper, and Harper feeling the effects.
Well, he felt every bit of that one, no doubt. And clearly a blocking call, he's moving. But I like the strong move right there from Samory Gay, protecting that basketball, looking to get to the rim. And Union doing a good job of attacking in transition.
We'll see Tyrus Grayson checking in. Grayson, the junior forward out of Junction City, Arkansas. Couldn't get that one out. Bad pass there by Parks, and it's going to lead to a turnover.
And I just don't understand why not the bounce pass? That's how you get it into the post. They're lobbing it into Gay, which just creates problems.
Backdoor cut by Tolliver, and he'll head to the line to shoot 2. And for Taranda Smith, that will be foul number 3.
That's a big foul right there, and he's going to have to check out. And a guy that usually is just very electric on both sides of the ball. I mean, he's got 7 points in the game, but it's been a very quiet 7.
Yeah, Smith, the guy that has struggled as Tolliver hits the first. Tolliver has only been to the line now 26 and 27 times this season. Clausey will check in for Smith. Yeah, Smith, a guy coming off of a 9-point outing against Montevallo his last game, only went 2 of 12 from the field. As that one will go out of bounds and will go to Union. Not only that, he did pull in 5 rebounds and dished out 6 assists. So even if you take away Smith's scoring ability, he's still able to make plays on the offensive side of the basketball. So it's going to be some big minutes here for the Bulldogs, and especially J.C. Clausey in Smith's absence. No call double dribble on Ty Parks.
I guess just a mental lapse right there. Just forgot he took a bounce.
1-point game here. Both teams looking to pull away here in this second half. They get it inside to Dunaway, and that's an easy basket.
West Alabama very patient. They're not trying to force anything. This game, this half, very different from the first.
Nice drive by Ty Parks and a smooth finish. Ty Parks loves to drive baseline there. And
oh, he's one of the best. One of the best.
And vintage Parks there. 1-point game again.
You can just already sense just how valuable every single possession is in this game.
Hard screen there by West Alabama. On the drive is Tolliver. He'll be fouled. Count the basket.
And we talk about Parks driving in on baseline. Tolliver, one of the best in the conference at getting to the rim and finishing with contact. A very stout individual.
So Tolliver will have one more after this media timeout. West Alabama with the early advantage here in the second half over Union. They lead by 3 here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
If you watch Steve Beverly's TV classics, you may get a snack.
What do you say we toast some marshmallows, huh?
It's with your host,
Big Steve.
Some people watch even if they don't like the host.
Big Steve notwithstanding.
What do smart viewers think?
Oh, Mr. B, you're just a doozy.
Steve Beverly's TV classics, Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10 on TV6.
And back we are on E+ TV6. He's Alex Northcutt. I'm Logan Whaley. And again, West Alabama taking the early advantage here in this first half of play. Alex, Union now starting to turn the ball over here in the second half. West Alabama starting to get offensive rebounds, and really the Tigers just look locked in here to start off the second half of play.
Yeah, and really I was able to listen into Coach Niven's conversation right there, and it really he was pointing out the same exact thing, saying, you know, 2 straight turnovers, not getting rebounds. Is this who we are? And I don't think this is. I think this is a Union team that really, I don't really know what's going on, but they're letting, I think they're finally feeling the pressure from West Alabama's defense. I think we talked about the Tigers' strong defensive presence, and I really think it's being felt as we start the second half.
So Tolliver will head to the line to shoot one more. He's 1 of 2 today. He has 10 points. Give him 11. And already that's a season high from Tavares Tolliver.
Very interesting personnel in the game right here, is you don't really just have a go-to scorer.
Parks, tough shot, good.
Very strong move right there. I love the hesitation and the adjustment midair from Ty Parks. Not many people can do that.
Tipped, turnover, Parks read the backdoor play perfectly. Union will set up their offense. Hicks Gentry with a shot, and it's good.
How about it? Hey, we talked about in the girls' game, people need to step up. Right here tonight in the guys' contest, Dante Hicks Gentry is stepping up and playing some fantastic basketball.
Hicks Gentry and Parks tied for the team lead with 11 points. It's a tie game. Once again, another tie in this game. This game has been back and forth, really entertaining to watch. Spin by Hardy. He'll head to the line to shoot two. Late foul call.
Really late whistle.
They'll get it on Stovall. Good news for Union, as that is Stovall's first.
Yeah, I'd love to take a look at the replay here. Is Hardy driving in?
Yeah, might have gotten him with the two hands there. It's hard to tell.
But then there's the whistle. That's what I don't get it. That's so late. At that point, the ball is already in the possession of another player. Must be tough to be an official these days. You're required to be perfect.
2 of 2 at the line is Hardy. Hardy now with 5 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Hardy leading this team in three-point percentage, assists, steals, and also turnovers. Hawkins. Now Parks on the drive, tough shot, no good. There was contact, and once again, Parks will head to the charity stripe.
Right now, just looking at the body language, you know, this game could go either direction. Union really needs to pull together as a team right now. There seems to be a little confusion at times, a little frustration at times, but this is a team right here, the Bulldogs. If they can buckle down and pull this thing together, this is going to be big, because West Alabama's knocking on the door, really creating that defensive pressure, giving Union fits.
Parks, perfect from the line, 4-4 today, 13 points for the freshman. Really look at the Gulf South Conference, some talented freshmen, and 2 of them on this Union team, in Stovall and Parks. Parks probably playing his best basketball right now, 5 double-doubles in his last 7 games. You also look at Stovall, you look at John Brown from West Florida. The Freshman of the Year contest will be an exciting one to watch as this season unfolds. Tolliver, nice fake, can't get the shot to go.
Union needs to capitalize. Good defensive possession. Really need to make the most of it.
If a Bulldog were to win a Freshman of the Year award, it would be the 3rd straight time that Union has won that honor. Of course, Trey Boyd the 3rd 2 years ago, Tyree Boykin last year, and Peyton Stovall connects from downtown right on cue.
And just an all-around great play right there. Good cut from Hawkins, and then recognizing that he didn't have the shot opportunity, found his teammate for the open 3. Now Union, a little bit of momentum here in the second half.
The largest lead for either team has been 5. Fleming gets his own rebound, and the second time's the charm.
That's just very unfortunate right there. An opportunity to take another one from West Alabama. Fleming doing a good job of crashing the offensive glass.
West Alabama now with 3 offensive rebounds in the half as Hicks Gentry misses the forced jumper. Tolliver on the drive, and they'll call a foul on Clausey. That'll be his first.
And you have to know, too, whoever's matched up with Tolliver, he's looking for contact. That's the only thing. Every time he goes to the basket, he's going to look to run into somebody and flip up a shot.
And on cue, Taranda Smith will check in with those 3 fouls. Hardy, count it.
And again, another late whistle. I'm having trouble agreeing with some of these. You know, if you're going to make the call, make the call.
Yeah, a lot.
But again, the ball's through the basket, and then the whistle blows.
Yeah, we've seen just late foul calls where it seems like referees are waiting to see how the play develops. Missed free throw. Smith with the rebound. Foul went against Stovall, and that was his second. Fouls are 6-2. I suppose you would say in this case in favor of West Alabama. Smith from downtown.
And a timely 3 right off the bench. That's the kind of player he is.
Taranda Smith with 10. Out of bounds. And that will take us to the next media timeout. Taranda Smith and Peyton Stovall connect with some huge threes for the Bulldogs. They have the 2-point advantage over the Tigers from West Alabama. We're going to have a very exciting final 11 minutes and 42 seconds for you right here on E+ TV 6.
So I'm just going to pour it right over top.
Hey!
Back here on E+ TV 6, he's Alex Northcutt. I'm Logan Whaley, and you get a look there at the Union Bulldog huddle. You see the score on your screen, 50-48, 11:42 left to play. And Alex, this has been a very fun game of basketball.
It really has. It's been everything we've hoped for, and then a little bit more. You got the top team in the conference playing against arguably one of the hottest teams in the conference in Union, and the Bulldogs on their home floor. They've been one of the better teams at home in conference play, and it's showing tonight. However, I do believe that West Alabama has one more run in them somewhere. Now, when it's going to come and how, that's the question. But big thing really, Logan, is Union's got to be ready for it.
It'll be West Alabama ball. After the pass was tipped out of bounds, we'll have 17 to shoot. Charles Tripp just checked in the game. Tolliver drive and the finish. A nice drive there. The undersized Tolliver using strength to his advantage there over Taranda Smith.
Yep, and like I said, using contact and recognizing that Smith having those 3 fouls.
Good defense there by West Alabama. Possession will stay with Union. In West Alabama, one of the top defensive teams, not only in the conference, but in the nation. Only allowing 64.5 points per game, 8th in Division II. Tough shot from Parks, no good, but the putback is good by Hicks Gentry.
And they were trying to help off on Taranda Smith, leaving Hicks Gentry wide open down low, and no one able to get a body on him in time. And again, Hicks Gentry making plays on the offensive glass.
Give them 13. Tripp with the answer, good.
That's just a strong move. Really nothing you can do about that. Hicks Gentry bodied him up, but Tripp using his size, just jumping right over, making the jump shot.
Tevin Florent set to check in for the Bulldogs. Nice cut by Parks, unable to finish.
It was a good look, just didn't have the right angle, and Parks knows that he's frustrated. And like I said, I think West Alabama looking to make that run coming out of that timeout.
Out of bounds, and possession will stay with West Alabama, much to the chagrin of Coach Niven. Florent checks in for Hawkins. West Alabama lobs it up to Charles Tripp.
And what's frustrating is the Union bench knew it.
They did. You heard assistant coach Easton Bozzoli call it out. Lob, lob, lob. They did. Lawan Hardy to Charles Tripp. Hicks Gentry, count it. And LaDante Hicks Gentry loves it.
There's your response.
He'll go to the line to shoot one more. His first trip to the charity stripe, where he is 31 of 35 on the season. And Charles Tripp wanting to know why.
Just a great job sticking with the play, though. You know, could have gone either way.
The foul went to DeAndre Harper, actually, and that will be foul number 4. And Harper still pleading his case with the officials. Hicks Gentry converts the three-point play, and Union is back on top by 1.
Hicks Gentry leading the Bulldogs with 16 points.
And Hicks Gentry really just continuing off of another impressive performance. His last game, he had 14 points against Montevallo. And then not only that, at Mississippi College, had 21 points and 7 rebounds. Wide open is Tolliver from 3, and he connects.
And he's been using the dribble drive to his advantage all game long. This time going under the screen proved costly for the Bulldogs.
Hicks Gentry again down low. We'll give it up to Stovall. Can't counter, but Tevin Florin is there with a stick back.
And it's just one of those things, Union really wanting it more at this point because West Alabama clearly a better rebounding team, but Union just pounding away at the offensive glass.
Tell you, back and forth game here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Union wanting and perhaps needing a stop on the defensive end here. Tripp, no good. Hicks Gentry with a rebound.
It's a post battle. I'm loving the physicality between Tripp and Hicks Gentry going on.
Stovall, no look to Florent. It's out of bounds and will stay with the Bulldogs. Ricky Dunaway will check back in for DeAndre Harper, who will take a seat with 4 fouls. They inbound it to Parks, top of the key. Stovall with the baseline drive and the finish. Give him 8.
And it just boils down to guys making plays. Guys are executing the offense. Just a great drive right there, realizing, coming under the rim, using his dominant left hand, a great move right there from Stovall.
Hicks Gentry against Dunaway. Strip, stolen. Brandon Smith will head to the line after the blocking call there. They'll call it against Tolliver, and that will be his second. That will take us to the under 8 media timeout. It's Union with the momentum right now. They're up by 2 over West Alabama.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
Back here on E+ TV 6, there you see Coach Dave Niven in the huddle with his Union Bulldogs, and Alexander Bitterling has a report from the Union bench.
Well, Logan, the message from West Alabama's bench is this. They're not worried about Union's big threes. As long as West Alabama can heavily guard under the basket and watch Parks, as we mentioned earlier, and number 23 down and below the basket. As long as they watch those 2 guys, they've got this game covered, and they think they're in the bag.
I stand corrected. Alexander Bitterling in the West Alabama huddle. Daniel Potts in the Union huddle.
They switch it up almost every time.
They do.
It's a mind game.
It's all right. I literally, before I even asked if he was at West Alabama's huddle, and he said yes. And I still introduced it as a report from the Union bench. It's okay. It happens. It happens. It happens. But either way, West Alabama looking to find an answer for the post play, and really Union finding their success in the second half attacking the basket.
And I think that's what you have to keep going at, really. I mean, 3-point shooting. I mean, what have they made? 2 in this half, I believe. And you see the effects of getting it inside. Weirdly enough, this has turned into a post game. I think that the post players, this is their game. And whoever can dominate the post is going to win this game. Simple enough. It's coming down to Hicks Gentry. He's playing well, 16 points. And then you got Tripp and Dunaway, and whoever can find their groove down low, get some easy buckets in the paint, that's who's going to come away victorious.
So it'll be West Alabama ball after Smith goes 1 of 2 at the charity stripe. Hardy on the drive, and he'll finish. Lawan Hardy with 9 points.
Now we'll see if they're going to try to get it at the high post with Hicks Gentry and then go low.
Get it Hicks Gentry, top of the key. Stovall to Florent, trying to hammer it home. Good defense by West Alabama. The block there by Dunaway. Hardy takes the three and drills it.
Usually a little hesitation will throw off the shooter, but coming right out of the timeout, here come the Tigers. Like I said, here comes a run. Union has to have a response.
Again, top of the key. Florent this time opts for the layup, and he barely got it to go.
Everything in me was thinking that was going to bounce right out of the rim, but fortunately for Mr. Florent, flying in, nice athletic move.
The Plinko drop there from Tevin Florent. The answer no good. Here's Smith. Smith will slow it up, give it in the hands of Stovall, and Union will set up their offense.
And now we knew Fleming wasn't going to replicate his performance from the first half, but he hasn't even been close. Only 4 points in this half, almost a non-factor.
8 of 13 from the field. Started off 7 of 7. Hicks Gentry, the right hook.
He's taking over. He's taking over. The physicality's playing a role in this game. This is the perfect matchup right here for Hicks Gentry.
Hicks Gentry only had 9 points the last time these two teams met. Leads the way with 18 scores, and good defense there by the Bulldogs. A block, and it will be Union ball.
What? Why?
Sam-Marie Gay checks in for LaDonte Hicks Gentry, and
oh, I don't agree with that.
I guess giving Hicks Gentry a bit of a breather, but Sam-Marie Gay's been off with 2 points, 1 of 4 from the field. A little too much air in the basketball there, and it's going to be a turnover.
I don't understand. I get the fatigue, you know, you got to give him a quick breather, but this is his game. That's your offense. That's your he's the motor in this contest right now.
Yeah, Sam-Marie Gay's really struggled in this game, and again, right on cue, Lawan Hardy from downtown, turnover, and a three on the other end, all without LaDonte Hicks Gentry on the floor.
See how long it lasts. He's got to get back into the game in at least about a minute or so. There's your matchup right there.
Fleming guarding Parks. He's triple teamed, and it will lead to a turnover.
Would have liked to see him at least drive towards the paint.
Parks pokes it loose. Good defense there by Parks. Tolliver picks it up. Hardy against Stovall, 6 to shoot. Hardy's the hot hand. Three by Hardy, bang. And Coach Sharp will take a timeout. It's West Alabama taking advantage with LaDonte Hicks Gentry out of the game. They lead by 4 with 4:19 to play here at Union.
So I'm just going to pour it right over top of you.
Hey! Oh my God, I love this song!
Back here on E+ TV 6, you see LaDonte Hicks Gentry still out of the game for the Bulldogs. No idea why, but here's Daniel Potts with a report.
Well, Coach Niven questioned his team. He said, are you playing your best basketball? He told them to take pride in the way that they've played so far. But as we come down the final stretch here in this game, they're going to have to do that and be confident to pull out this win.
And right on cue, Hicks Gentry, who is playing his best basketball tonight, he checks in the game. And Alex, really the momentum in the world was Union. It was all Union until Sam-Marie Gay checked in the game. And I mean, no offense to Gay, but He's not played well tonight. And, of course, right on cue, turnover by Smith led to a basket on the other end. Union couldn't answer, and a three by Hardy, and all of a sudden it's West Alabama with the momentum.
When you talk, yeah, exactly. That's what it boils down to. In a game like this, at this point in the season, momentum is everything. I'm a firm believer in that. And where was your momentum coming from? It was coming from Hicks Gentry. I mean, it was clear. Not to discredit anything the other guys were doing, but that guy was energizing the team. With him on the floor, good things were happening. And then you take that out, you suck the life out of the team, and then West Alabama took advantage.
Hicks Gentry, a guy that only averages around 15 minutes a game played this season. He's up to 22, so it's understandable from a coaching perspective of perhaps taking him out to give him a breather. But again, all the momentum in the world at West Alabama now. No good there by Stovall. Fight for the rebound. Tarandis Smith has it. The foul goes to LaLon Hardy, and that will be his first, team's fifth. And that will take us to immediate timeout. So it'll be Union ball underneath the basket. We'll see if the Bulldogs can perhaps take advantage, cut this to a 2-point game right after this timeout.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bikes upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Back here on E+ TV 6. Should be an exciting finish to this basketball game. All out immediate timeouts, and it's West Alabama with a 4-point edge. And you saw Tarandis Smith with a nice hustle rebound there. This hasn't been Smith's best performance of the season, but he does have 11 points to go along with 5 rebounds.
And he's a guy you got to have in the game, though. And, you know, so what? Throw stats out the window. Tarandis Smith is a leader on this team. You got to have him on both sides of the ball. He knows what's going on. He can lead other guys. I still think that you've got to at least look to get Hicks Gentry at least a couple of touches. I want to see, however, his effect on the defensive side of the ball. I think that's a big key. You want to try to force West Alabama to one shot, grab that rebound, go the other way, and really start to, I guess, pick up the pace in this one, because West Alabama, with the lead, they're going to try to slow it down.
5 on the court for Union as Stovall takes the 3 well off. Not the shot you want there for the Bulldogs. Stovall out there with Hawkins, Parks, Smith, and Hicks Gentry. The 5 out there for West Alabama. You have Hardy, Fleming, Dunaway, Tolliver, and with the ball is Charles Tripp. Hardy open from downtown, short. Rebound to Tripp. He's fouled, and will go to the line to shoot 2.
If you're Union, you've got to have that rebound. If you're Hawkins, you got to push Tripp out of the paint. That's a board that Coach Niven's really going to wish his team had.
It'll send Tripp to the line to shoot 2. 1 of 2 at the charity stripe here tonight. He's a 72% free throw shooter on the season. Good on the first. And again, that is a big foul there for Union, because that puts West Alabama in the bonus for the rest of the game.
Good thing, though, is, you know, it's 6 points, it's 2 possessions. This game is far, far from over, but you don't want West Alabama to really try to extend this game. If this gets to a double-digit lead, Union's going to be in trouble.
Especially with a good defensive team like West Alabama. Hicks Gentry again down low. Right hook. Rims in. 20 points for the big man.
Coach Niven really wanted a timeout after that possession. Pretty frustrated that he didn't get one. Hicks Gentry, though, still continuing to make plays.
Fleming on the drive, no call. Possession will stay with the Tigers. Hardy left elbow jumper, missed right. Parks eventually with a rebound. Fortunate for the Bulldogs there that the putback was not good. Now Union with a chance to make it a 1-possession game. Smith from the top of the key. Rims out. Parks with a rebound. The putback, no good. And coming out of there is Dunaway. Big opportunity there for the Bulldogs, missed.
Huge, and they're fighting for it. They are fighting for it, ladies and gentlemen. This is a physical contest. Every board is crucial.
They get it in the hands. It's a steal. Tarandis Smith on the break, flushes it. Tarandis Smith with a steal and a bucket, and it's a one-possession game. Coach Niven wants a timeout. We'll take one with him. Don't go anywhere. Exciting finish ahead on E+ TV6.
Gig, 1,000 megabit speed, now available to any E+ broadband internet customer. This gig-enhanced infrastructure has the capacity to increase speeds in the future. E+ broadband, what many interpreted as JA's entrance into cable television, was actually the foundation of an unparalleled communications infrastructure. Looking out for Jackson's economic and lifestyle future is all a part of JEA today.
Back here on E+ TV6, what a slam we just saw from Tarandis Smith. West Alabama will look to answer on the end, the 5 on the court for the Bulldogs. On defense, you have Stovall, Smith, Parks, Hawkins, and Gay, who just checked in for Hicks Gentry.
Well, here we go. Momentum in Union's favor. They've got to take advantage. They need a stop. One stop's all you need. You look to go the other way.
For West Alabama, who do you go to?
I say you look to try to at least get Tolliver a touch, see if you can get him going towards the basket.
Fleming, left corner 3. Missed it long, but the rebound there by Harper.
And who's not in the game to get the rebound?
Hicks Gentry, but the steal by Stovall. It's 2 on 3, so Stovall will back it up. Minute 15 here.
You need a smart shot. You don't want anything falling away from the basket.
They get it to Parks. Hawkins now at the top of the key with 15 to shoot. Tipped, stolen. Tolliver with it, and he'll get fouled. And that'll send, well, for one, that's Tarandis Smith. That'll be his 4th, and that'll send Tolliver to the line to shoot 1 and the bonus. Hicks Gentry will check in. Again, big offensive rebound there to set up another look there. Fortunate for the Bulldogs. They were able to get a steal by Stovall, but a turnover at really, you couldn't afford a turnover there.
Yeah, you wanted to at least get a look on the frame.
And Tolliver tonight, 4 of 5 now at the charity stripe. Good news for Union. Still, right now, a 3-point game. Make it a 4-point game. Coach Sharp will take a timeout, but we'll keep it right here. Under a minute to play. You don't need a 3 necessarily. Still plenty of time on the clock. And if you're Union, who do you go to?
Quick bucket. I like the pick and roll if you can get it with Smith and Hicks Gentry. I think those are your 2 guys that have the hot hand. Smith, an excellent guy, looks to create. However, if you get the right matchup, if you get Fleming guarding Parks, you try to isolate right there on this right low block, have him go inside with his left hand. Either of those opportunities, I think that's got to at least, you got to at least give those guys a look. However, really, you got to take what the defense gives you. If the defense is giving you an open shot, you got to take it.
72-68, under a minute to play. Leading the way for Union is Hicks Gentry with 20, followed by Parks and Smith with 13 apiece. Josh Fleming with 4 second-half points. He has 24 overall, 18 for Hardy and Tolliver, 9 for Tripp, 3 for Dunaway. So West Alabama will apply some pressure. They get it to Stovall. So a bit of token pressure there from West Alabama. 2 timeouts for Coach Niven, 1 for Coach Sharp. Step back jumper from Stovall, not even close. And Hardy with it. They trap, and a foul from Stovall. And that'll be team foul number 9.
Yeah, again, I just don't think that's exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, the hot hands are with Parks, with Hicks Gentry, and not necessarily the shot you want. Fading away, baseline jumper just inside the 3-point line. Stovall there, a freshman. It's really a freshman mistake there on the shot.
Yeah, and they've been struggling shooting outside. And so I don't know why the initial response is to shoot away from the basket, not at least try to get it into the paint, maybe even draw a foul.
Hardy, clutch free throws there, 2 of 2, 6-point game.
Still not over.
39 seconds. Union needing a quick bucket. They get it to Smith. Smith from 3. Got it! 3-point game. Coach Niven wants a timeout. And things just got interesting. 32 seconds to play. Samory Gay will check in for Union. So, again, we'll keep it right here. Again, a little scuffle there between these two teams. So 30-second timeout. We'll see J.C. Clausey check in as well. Alex, you're for West Alabama here. Surely you want the ball in the hands of either Hardy or Tolliver.
Yeah, you got to get it to you guys making free throws. If you're Union, you foul immediately. You don't try to take this one down. It's already to the point where, you know, the shot clock might as well not even be a factor. So you look for that initial trap. If you don't get it within 3 seconds, you foul. I don't agree with wasting time, you know, pushing 10, 12 seconds off the clock. If your initial trap isn't there, foul.
West Alabama 14 of 18 from the charity stripe here tonight. They're 12 of 14 in this second half. And West Alabama, a team that shoots 66% from the foul line as a team. And here we go. They get it to Fleming. To Hardy. That's who you want to have the ball. And Clausey will foul. 5 seconds tick off the clock. Smith and Hicks Gentry set to check back in. That's a team's 10th foul, so they'll shoot 2.
Yeah, what wasn't the worst case scenario? You want to, once they get, you know, nearing the half-court line, that's when you want to commit the foul. They didn't do a good job of allowing Fleming to drive towards the middle of the floor.
Big free throw there as Hardy hits the first. Gay and Clausey check out. Hicks Gentry and Smith back in.
Although Union's still in a position where you still don't need a 3. You don't need an immediate 3. You can still get to the cup and it still be a one-possession game.
27.5 seconds. And Coach Sharp will take his final timeout. So a 5-point game. And let's go ahead with this being a full timeout. Let's take one more commercial break. We'll run it down for you next here on E+ TV6.
You wouldn't do that. So why do you do this? Distracted driving kills an average of 9 people and injures over 1,000 every day in America. Put down your phone. Lives depend on it. Don't drive intoxicated. Don't drive intoxicated. A sobering message from AAA.
So here we are on E+ TV6. He's Alex Northcutt. I'm Logan Whaley, and running down here, Union trailing by 5. Still plenty of time left on the clock. And if you're Union, you don't necessarily need a 3. A basket makes it a one-possession game, but who do you get the ball in the hands?
You got to at least give Taranda Smith the touch to let him look to create. However, if you're Coach Sharp, you're expecting just that. So you either look with maybe an isolation down low with Hicks Gentry, maybe see if he can create. However, I still think that, the speed has got to be quick. You want to try to at least put up a shot with, at least 20 seconds on the clock.
So the 5 out there for West Alabama. You have Tolliver, you have Harper go along with Fleming, Hardy, and Dunaway. Union will send out Hawkins, Stovall, Smith, Parks, and Hicks Gentry. It'll be Hawkins to inbound it. A little token pressure here. They get it to Stovall. You're going to have to pick up the pace here. Stovall on the drive. Corner 3 from Hawkins. Missed. Smith with a rebound. Can't get it. And the rebound's in the hands of Dunaway. And they get it to Hardy, and that just might do it. Fouled by Stovall.
That's very unfortunate. A good. I really have no problem with that. A good look right there from Hawkins. And really another good look right there from Smith, crashing the boards. Just very unfortunate he didn't get the foul called.
Substitution here, Sam Marie Gay in for Ladante Hicks-Gentry, and honestly, that's a substitution that could define this game in a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go into it as we hit the post game, but you know, really a guy that was creating a lot of momentum, playing really well, and you know, just very unfortunate circumstances as Union so close. It was right in their grasp, but unable to pull through at the very end.
West Alabama with one foul to give. Hardy will foul Stovall. Stovall. Deep three from Smith. He got it. 2 seconds to go. They get it into Jobling. He'll get fouled quickly. No time went off the clock.
Interesting. Well,
I mean,
it's technically not over.
Technically, I mean, get 2 misses here. Yeah, it was 2 seconds when the basket went in. They got it into Jobling. I would venture to say it's at least 1.8 or 1.7 seconds.
Even less than that, honestly.
So we're going to have a little discussion here from the referees. Our next broadcast, want to remind you, will come up next Thursday, actually 2 weeks from now. It's going to be a little bit of a long time. February 28th, Union will host Christian Brothers in a doubleheader. I don't know what they're discussing here. They'll call the foul on Parks. Union will take a timeout.
Just kind of ice the free throw shooter, if you will.
So that'll be Union's last timeout, but we'll just go ahead and run it down. Union, their next game, this isn't over necessarily. 2 seconds could miss 2 free throws, get a Hail Mary to go in, we have overtime. But right as it stands right now, a free throw would pretty much secure this game for West Alabama. But coming up next for West Alabama, they've got a home matchup against Valdosta State, #1 versus #2 in the GSC. That'll be a fantastic game. That's next Saturday. And then they'll close out the regular season at Mississippi College on the 28th of February. As for Union, they'll travel to Lee next week, and then they'll travel to face Christian Brothers 2 weeks from Thursday. So either way, and it's going to be 1 second on the clock.
That's interesting.
Don't know about that. Jobling got fouled pretty much as soon as it inbounded. But either way, Jobling to the line to shoot 2. Good.
There's the game.
That pretty much makes this a final. Jobling, an 80% free throw shooter on the season. He's now 9 of 11. His next one will be missed. The final horn sounds, and West Alabama escapes the Fred DeLay Gymnasium tonight with a victory. 78-74 is the final. West Alabama picks up their first win ever here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Union drops to 16-10, 11-7 in Gulf South Conference play. The good news for the Bulldogs is that Delta State also lost their game to Valdosta here tonight. So both teams sitting at 11-7 in conference play. As for West Alabama, they improved to 15-3 in Gulf South Conference play, 20-5 overall. And Alex, just breaking down this game real quick, Union, great performances by Ty Parks in the first half. Taranda Smith came on strong in the second half, and overall, Ladante Hicks-Gentry had a very good game, but ultimately it was not enough.
Yeah, I think Union played more than well enough to win this basketball game, and it just boiled down to momentum at the very end of the second half. I think the Hicks-Gentry sub was key, and Union just unfortunate tonight.
Yeah, well, that'll do it here at the desk for us. West Alabama improves to 20-5, 15-3 in conference play. They remain on top of the Gulf South Conference. Union will be back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium the 28th of February. We'll have the pregame for you at 5 o'clock. You don't want to miss it. Well, that'll do it for us here at the desk. Union and West Alabama split the header here tonight. He's Alex Northcutt. I'm Logan Whaley, wishing you a very good night from Union University.